Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Or good afternoon if you're over on the other side of the pond. I am so happy to see you guys. We had a glorious off day, a mental health day, a comfort day, whatever you want to call it yesterday. And I used it to move. I was moving, not me, obviously, but I had to help my daddy move his stuff out of his old place. He's officially a resident of and not the puppet, the actual dad. So got him all moved out of his place. So I was productive since I had that nice day off. So I'm excited about today, but not because of the Karen Reed trial. I am actually chaperoning Scouts field trip today. So Allie's gonna be the captain of the ship all day. I wanted to pop in and tell you guys I love you and say good morning, beautiful humans, and thank you guys for hanging with us. And I'm gonna have to watch today on replay crew because I'll be with a full class of screaming 12-year-olds. So I am not going to Mike, no, sadly, Bob Senior, unless Allie makes Bob Senior make an appearance, which would be amazing. I would be all all about that. But no, I have to chaperone. Like I said, I'm chaperoning my daughter's field trip out to this place called Cantigny, and it's kind of a memorial to World War II. So it's got some vibes that I dig. I'm a big supporter of our veterans, and I'm quite a history buff. So I'm kind of excited about it, and I always love hanging with Scout. So that'll be great. So I'll miss what potentially could be a firecracker of a day as the cross examination of Karen Reed continues. Oops, Freudian slip. The cross examination of Jen McCabe continues, and then I imagine that we will get a pretty hearty redirect by Hank Brennan. So you guys are in store for Scout's definitely taking me on a field trip. That is definitely the case. And I do this as often as I can, but getting back on those school buses really brings you back with some PTSD. They're something. The kids are
What the
just
dog
popping
doing?
on.
What the dog?
What the dog doing? He's you know what? My dog is like he likes to bury his bones, and that includes like under blankets or in crack. He's very, very territorial with his bones. Aren't you, buddy? Oh, he's just the sweetest guy. He is got the sweetest, most kind, loving demeanor ever. But if you put your hand, like even in the area of a bone that he's gnawing on, he'll get the he'll get the gnarl. He'll snarl at you, get the nose all scrunched up, show his teeth a little bit. It's the only time he ever gets even like remotely aggressive. So yeah, I think that today will end up being pretty must watch streaming because I think that the day helped Alan Jackson kind of line up his questioning. I think that he's going to have to. That's true, Mandy. Yeah, back when I was on buses, they had they were equivalent to the Flintstones cars. They had the stone wheels. Bus driver had to use his feet to paddle, So it's going to be I'm looking forward to that. But so today is going to be an interesting day. So I think kind of the way that it ended in terms of Judge Bev basically cutting Jackson off. I think he's got to get into that a bit more, but hopefully in a more fluid fashion, because these little inconsistencies, when you couple it with the big lie to the feds, because remember, I mean, we just don't know. We have no idea how these jurors feel about Jen McCabe. We know how we feel. We mean nothing in the big equation, right? I mean, we don't matter in the big equation of this trial. So, as far as what those jurors think, because you've got this big lie to the feds, which will be driven home in the closings, and but there's going to be a long time in between this examination and the end of the case. So, if her overall demeanor and Brennan is able to successfully sell the soccer mom, just any jury's like, well, that could be me. Like, I don't know what I'd do if the feds came to my house. I might, I'd be super nervous. All those things that normal people think, those things all exist. So I think that the lie in terms of the feds, her incredible amount of inconsistencies between trial one and trial two, what we've heard thus far is they have to be highlighted. They just have to be highlighted because of her evolving testimony, and she's made the decision. I mean, like, no one from the Commonwealth side, Hank Brennan, Jen McCabe, any of them are at all confused or forgetful of what she testified to in the first trial and her demeanor in the first trial. Now, Jackson definitely got into her demeanor change. He's trying to highlight that, but like, that's going to fall very softly with a new jury unless they watched it. And look, all of us believe, there's not a bone in my body does not think that these people at least know about the case and at least know about the fact that there's people out there that think that something happened in that house on the jury. It's just too small of a town. It's like, you simply, if you live in that area, are not going to be able to avoid this case. When you go into a restaurant to go eat, everybody's talking about it. When you turn the TV on to watch the Celtics or the Red Sox, and there's they're promoting the news, they're talking about it. Geographically, everything that pops up on your Facebook or your socials is going to relate to this. So, I mean, he's got to do some work. Hey,
Hey,
what's up, sexy?
good morning, everybody.
So, I was just telling the kids I've got a dip. I'm actually gonna get ready to dip now.
Yeah,
Make
you gotta go.
sure. So she's got the sack lunches. Did she bring mine too?
No, yours is there, and I put an extra bag under yours. Bring it because that whole debacle we talked about. Just
Can
bring
I
the
just?
extra brown bag in case Scarlett needs it.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll do that.
All
I'll
right,
do
love
that.
you. Bye.
I love you. All right. And just and y'all, Allie's not gonna fly solo the whole day. Josh Schiffer's gonna jump in. He's invited. I think he's got real job court
All
in the
right, you can
morning.
go. I'll let them know. You're gonna be
All
late.
right, I sent
Love
the
you.
invite. I love you.
Bye. I removed him just in case he still got talky. So, good morning, everybody. It is Friday, May 2nd, and we are resuming the cross examination of Jen McCabe. Um, so I have to say I'm like a little disappointed about the chaperoning today. I told Scarlett yesterday that I was gonna go. And she sort of gave like a why not dad because Bob had been talking about going. So then I think she could tell that my feelings got hurt. So she kept insisting that she wanted me to go. So I came up with this whole scheme of where I told her we were going to Rochambeau for it. But in my mind, I was always going to let Bob win because I think she just thinks that he's would have been more fun. And if I try to do something fun or funny, it would be that mom's embarrassing her. But when dad does funny shit, he's just funny dad that all the kids love. So, um, I was like, well, you already coached the softball team. I think, I'm gonna do the chaperoning. But yeah, I I think that she really wanted her dad to be there. So, um, yeah, he won the Rochambeau so that she didn't feel bad because then she really was feeling bad that I was feeling bad. So she didn't want to say she wanted her dad. I tried to like be like, no, I'm not, whatever. So long story short, I am not chaperoning. um, so it's all right. But I am excited after this day off. I'm hoping that Alan got his all his if things weren't going the way he expected or things were kind of coming, playing differently, that he kind of rethought his cross. There were some things we thought that, maybe he could have done a little better or moved on a little sooner. But the greatest thing that he did, the greatest thing that was done was the first thing the jury heard about when they heard from Jen McCabe as from the cross anyway, was that she lied to the FBI. Not only did she lie to the FBI, but what she lied to the FBI about in that 10 minutes from learning the FBI wanted to talk to her and actually the interview, she called Carrie, she called uh John McCabe. She called Officer John O'Keefe's mother. She called her victim's advocate at the district attorney's office. She called one other person. Oh, her husband. And she called the Alberts. She called her brother-in-law. And then she tried to tell that jury she forgot. I didn't lie. I didn't lie. There is no way. I do not think the jurors thought that she was being truthful. So that's going to taint the rest of her cross examination. No matter how much better she was coming off, no matter what she does, that's still going to be right there in their heads. Like, this bitch lies, like she's hiding something, you know? Um, and that she does it with such ease that she's just up there being like, well, I'm going to be perfectly honest. And if you recall, the first time she said, I'll be honest, she said, and I'll be, and stopped herself. She's trained herself not to say, to be honest, I'll be honest, to be perfectly honest. But then she followed that up with, she couldn't help it. 2 seconds later, I'll be perfectly honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth yet. You had 10 minutes of phone calling. Where was all this teeth brushing going on? And how is it that you forgot between, you know, them you hanging up on all those calls and them walking in the door? So, the jury's not buying that. So that is something that um that she had against her right from the jump, you know? So, and for those of you who haven't seen the first trial, maybe you're like not understanding why I'm so like Jen McCabe's a slithering, lying, and look, maybe she did say I hit him. I'm not saying that's what she's lying about because Bob and I have never thought, even if she said I hit him, that it was a confession. So that's not necessarily what I think she's lying about. And to be perfectly honest, there's a couple things that you know that the defense is pushing back on that as of right now, I'm not 100% sure why, given statements that Karen Reed herself has made to the press that's coming in. And I was telling Bob, I'm like, I had said before, thought that this was like a that this that the defense might have let her do all these interviews because they've got some sort of plan of how they're going to walk Brennan into some kind of trap. I don't know, maybe if she is going to testify, I'm starting to think she might testify. I mean, all the things that she could say are kind of out there. And then, oh, shoot, court is up. All right, thanks, guys. Oh, boy. Okay. I forget what we've been using. Oh, something 10, Boston 10. Wow. All right. It's coming. I don't hear anything yet, so don't worry, I think. There's John O'Keefe's mother. Oops. Do I have it full screen? All right, thanks, guys. So, well, welcome everybody. Let's see, what did Andrea Dawn, defender at law? Thanks for your generosity, Bob. Do you think Team Karen Reed will be permitted to call it an independent law enforcement member agency with ARCA? No, I do not. And I think that Hank could open the door to it on his cross-examination. The harder he pushes about what they knew and how they knew it, and some other things that it really might just open the door. And Bob kind of made that point before. He's like, the judge is going to give him, as part of this whole, she thinks the defense did something untoward, a really long leash on cross-examination, and he might use that to hang himself. But at the same time, Judge Cannoni might decide that she's not letting the door open no matter what, which would be definitely an appellate issue. But I'm thinking that it might go as far as even that Judge Cannoni will have to say the door has been open. But that's exactly what I thought she should allow to be done. Something like, even an independent governmental agency, like even if they don't want to say law enforcement agency, whatever the case may be, that there was something. But, Judge Cannoni said no. And we'll have to see if that door opens up. So what did we decide the issue was? That they decided that Paul was making faces at Karen to the point that it was upsetting the jury, and that's why they moved him? And that's Paul, the brother of the chat, saying he's in the back row now. Something did happen on Thursday for those of you who might have missed that day. There was some sort of something going on in the courtroom, and then all of a sudden Paul was sitting somewhere else when we came back from the break. Sassy Southern Girl is saying the jury complained, so the judge admonished him. I was thinking about that as well. I mean, the chances that you cannot tell me if any one of those 12 people know that they're on a jury, they're not asking them, is it the Karen Reed jury? And they're not saying something. I just can't imagine that you can get through however long this trial is going to be without a friend, a family member, somebody telling them, you better find her not guilty. Or telling them, I mean, they all know something about this case. And if that's what they're seeing, that says a lot. If what they're seeing is Paul's giving the defendant dirty looks and we don't like that.
All right, let's bring the jurors in. And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
No words. A lad. I don't know I'm breaking that. Oh, no word salad. Watched Runkle last night and heard Bob at the end of the Zoom. Runkle thought it was from the Young Jerks because that was the channel he clipped. Ay, ay, ay. What a debacle that was. Oh my gosh. Oy. Oy. I was not happy. Not happy. Gonna pretend it didn't happen. So
I do. Thank you, Chrissy. So good. Did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever. Tori.
So I thought the first day, Jennifer wore an open blouse so that her cross showed. The next day, she wore a high
Don't worry.
cut shirt so the cross didn't show. In my mind, that was intentional. Like, I'll show it, then I won't show it, so they don't think I'm showing it on purpose. I don't know, though. Yeah. And then I think she intentionally wore a higher cut, like, didn't show it the second day. So they're like, see, I don't always do it. That wasn't for you guys.
Yea. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Yes.
Everyone said
Bullshit.
yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes.
Doubtful.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Oh, maybe they already
Did
knew
anyone
everything.
happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing
What?
this afternoon around 3:40.
Oh, Lord. I didn't
All right,
know that.
Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
At least they got her name right this morning. One day she was Carrie. Next day she was Karen. Or no, Carrie was Jen McCabe. I take that back.
Please. Whatever you want.
Please raise your right hand. I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now.
Oh, they're really hanging tight on Karen right now.
All right, good morning. Good morning.
Let's see if it's there or not there.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
The cross.
I never
map.
watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Where is
Sorry,
it?
yes.
All right.
Or is that in different places?
I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is
That's
correct.
not his
Did you
question,
say,
ma'am.
quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3.
She's trying to roll her eyes. She's doing a little squirming. She's looking at the jury. Are they catching me
It's
do this?
782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She's like, he's walking towards me. Grr. Oh, look. She's like, oh, God, they're playing nice, too.
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, 'Where are you?' And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello," because they were still there. And then question, "So the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly
that one
the
in there,
times. I
to be
didn't
honest.
pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
She'll find it, I think, somewhere.
Thank you.
I mean, she's definitely like, I've got to say thank you every time he gives me something and sorry to him a lot. She does that a lot too, to seem sort of like the victim. I don't recall her ever doing either of those things with Ajax the first time around, but it's been a while.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
No,
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello," because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what transcript indicates you said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you.
wow. I thought that was only part of what it said.
You've
Ooh,
been asked
you got a
about
sigh.
with whom you communicated.
Did you guys hear that big Bev sigh? All right, I'm just start his question over again.
You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked,
you
I did speak
answer?
with Karen Reed that morning,
Jesus.
correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe,
That's
my
not the
question is, did you tell
question.
Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with
Oh, geez.
many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
See, extra thank yous. That's intentional.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
She's like, I'm going to read the whole damn thing, but I'll say thank you with a smile. Oh, man, I have half a mind to get a blanket. Got this sweatshirt on, but I, for some reason, have shorts. My pajama shorts under here.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
No,
I know what
He said-
happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I
Did-
called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right. Come on up.
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard. All right, let's. I was kind of reading the chat, so I'm just going to hear what
Call on
this is
Kaylee's
all
phone,
about.
correct?
I'm going to object.
Those spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right. Come on up.
I'm not sure what the issue is. I guess we'll see when he comes back to it. Oh, no. Chandrazella. No Chandrazella.
That's suspicious.
I mean, so they're talking about who she says she called in that time, what she told the grand jury. I'm trying to figure out what his objection is, what Brennan's trying to kind of get in front of here. I mean, the thing about that light is every time we see it, we know it's not OnlyFan. And I guess in this like moment, it's fine, but it's like the fact that the camera guy put that up for an extended period when we should have been seeing OnlyFan is what really did it. I mean, it is like Bob calls it a security blanket. It's like exactly Spitfire. It's relaxing. Illuminati is good, but for me here, it's Cinderella's evil stepsister, jealous, so jealous of OnlyFan, so just dying to grab the spotlight. So she's Chandrazilla or Drizella, Chandrazella, whatever, Cinderella's stepsister's name is. Brian hates the boob light fixture. Somebody remind me, what is so important about Tom Beattie? Like, why does it matter? What's the deal? She did testify at that first trial about Tom Beattie too. I looked it up the other day.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beattie, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't remember.
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The
about?
day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
It would be a huge deal.
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
That's not
My
the question.
is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Wow.
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you. I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. You answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, Rose?
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan when page read.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh, I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
She won't say it'll refresh her recollection because she wants to read it and then say, well, I only remember it because I just read it. I don't remember what I said that day, which is a little different. That one's a bullshit one like that. No one's kind of letting her use that one with it. When she looked at like the time of the text of the screenshot that someone gave her, that kind of answer can stand. Like, all right, well, it didn't refresh her recollection. She only remembers the time because she just looked at it. But this is what you fucking said. So if she tries to say she doesn't remember saying those things.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning.
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beattie.
Oh, and Tom Beattie, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, or who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beattie. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Wow. Wow.
Finished? Is that answer?
Are you done
Yes, I
talking?
am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, all right. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beattie, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beattie. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
That actually
If
makes
it's
sense.
in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that
So we are all kind of wondering, why in the hell wouldn't you call 34 Fairview? Why wouldn't you call your sister and your brother-in-law? So it's kind of not surprising that she called. What's surprising is why in the hell she left it out of the calls that she made. That's what's odd. All right, I'm going to bloop back just to...
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called
Oh, well, I hope
34
if that
Fairview,
happened.
Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister, Nicole, that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours. Right?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie. Then Tom.
Wait. I learned, didn't he just ask her and she just said her answer's always the same and she just said that she did those things? I'm now confused because I thought she said today, as I sit here, these are the people that I called. Now she's saying she knew, but she didn't mention it back then, but you also didn't mention it just now. All right, I rewound it.
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall,
You have a
Julie.
phone log,
Then Tom Beattie.
sister?
Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it
Oh,
was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 period.
No, not at all.
no, I think it's totally normal that I forgot to mention it. If it was
Later
deleted,
that morning,
it would've come out
January
right there.
29th.
I don't think.
By the way,
it's-
you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
Oh, really?
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Well, let's see it then.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning
Of course not.
the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember
Refresh your
exactly what
recollection?
you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
No.
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mhm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained and I'm going to strike that.
Mm-mm-mm.
You also told,
Would like to be seen on.
Okay, we can decide that too.
Oh, he wants another admonishment. Remember, jurors, what I told you. The questions of the lawyers are shit. They don't mean shit. Now, that kind of thing, I always, oh, there she is. Oh, and he switched up. What? He's leaving her in the side there. He's leaving her in. He's like, all right. Little Chandrazilla, you can have this corner. I always have to think, I have always thought that when someone says their memory will not be refreshed, that the jurors are like, what? Come on now. What? That's like a big red flag. If she gives an admonishment now. A curing instruction. Maybe not. Okay.
may I? Sure. Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
That's not the question.
I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Oh, please.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm
now
asking
it's
right
gonna
now,
refresh your
I've
memory.
got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
Ooh.
So ask it differently. That's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
That's not what I asked you.
I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay.
So
Do
now you
that
remember your
specifically?
exact words.
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this?
I wish Bev would give one of those fucking Bev sighs at this woman's like answers to her questions. But no, she doesn't find that sighable.
As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it?
I said it was
Are you
cracked
denying
and
that
missing
statement?
pieces.
I'm not denying it.
Oh,
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it.
in missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told them that day? How to crack it? Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Wow.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple like group
Here
chats with
comes
family
group
and friends.
chat.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Hey, Mandy, if Schiffer shows up and I'm not seeing him, just add him to the stage if you can. Please and thank you.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked.
I didn't ask if I was muted. I don't know who asked
Ask
that.
to approach.
Mandy or Bob's in the background somewhere?
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes. Jackson and McCabe.
Oh, sure.
The case for identification.
I don't get the unmuted question because it wasn't me. Mandy thinks Bob sent it. Or Tracy thinks
Did
Bob.
you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took
I-
the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one in you?
I'll just
Oh,
use that
thank
one.
you.
I have an extra copy for myself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. There you go. We needed a thank you and an I'm sorry clock.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 12922.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure.
What did he say? Oh, if I can review it. I thought he said if
Why
I
don't I
can
see
be
you
heard.
sidebar for a minute?
Oh, here we go. Sidebar. I mean, you know what it is. These are no surprise. It's not like this is, oh shit, I forget what this group text thing is. I no, that will not refresh my recollection. No.
I do my hair, toss, lick my lips. Baby, how you lying? Lying good as hell.
That is a friend of mine. She actually asked me to untag her. She is a professional singer, but I caught her on her on her side job. And she just like stepped outside and did that real quick. So when she heard it, she was not happy with her own voice, although I think it's perfect. But yeah. All right. OnlyFan is main stage, front and center, just the way we like her. Just the way we like her. Let's see what you guys are saying. And thanks for your generosity, Jason. I know we put this up. He says that she is looking more and more gaunt as this cross-examination continues. Must be the effort of forcing herself not to answer questions and remembering her thank yous and sorries. She's just so thankful and sorry. Thanks, Sacred Valley Podcast. Shannon L., gifting 5 Defense Diary podcast memberships. Thank you. And thanks to all our generous members. Gen X Girl Lawyer, thanks for your generosity. It's so gross that the judge is witnessing perjury in her courtroom and assisting along the way. Yeah, I just, whatever it is, it's sigh-worthy. There are sigh-worthy moments. I never hear a sigh unless it's at the defense. I'm going to keep an very open, astute ear, and hear if I ever hear it with the Commonwealth. But thus far, wow, really must be something with these group chats. It's taken a long sidebar. So, complete side note here, but anyone who watched the Lori Vallow trial with us, there's been an issue with that one juror where at first people kind of thought he made a comment about having learned about the murders of the kids, the other convictions the day before the verdict. The judge actually put something on the record to make sure Lori Vallow was made aware of this juror's statements. He said that he was thinking about it on his drive home, that she had 3 life sentences already. On his drive home, he said, from the day before. He's also said that he learned it right before he walked out of the courtroom. He Googled it from the jury room after the trial, and the judge said something to him. But he said very clearly, I was thinking about it on my drive home yesterday, how she has 3 life sentences. If that is something, that is definitely something that could get her a retrial. Now, you also have him saying, I misspoke. I had read about it right before I walked out. So that might be enough to keep it from being concrete enough that she gets a retrial. But I'll tell you, in my heart of hearts, I think he learned about it the day before. I think that you don't just say something about, I was thinking about it on my drive home yesterday, if you didn't know. But my hope is that him kind of he saved it by saying that he had taken the position that he Googled it from the jury room after the trial was over, after the judge talked to them, before he walked out and talked to the press. So then he just could have misspoke about what he didn't mean that when he said he was thinking about it on the ride home. He meant he was thinking about something else, and he, combined the two. Again, I think he knew, and that's why he said it, but that might be enough to make it, again, not concrete enough to entitle her to a new jury. Because if that were the case, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no thinking about it, talking about it. Well, maybe it was harmless. None of that. It would be a retrial, hands down, no doubt. That's it. But coming back to this trial, they are on a sidebar all about these group texts that Jen McCabe was sending with her sister and with her other family members. This is a really long sidebar for this. It might be something you got to remember, although Brennan knows all this stuff, Judge Canoni doesn't. She's learning about it as it's coming up. So this might be something taking her off guard, some issues that she's recognizing. If it was such an issue that Brennan had, it should have been subject of some sort of pretrial motion in limine. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Honestly, but it's a long sidebar for this issue. Oh, sorry, Jacqueline. I shifted gears and was talking about the Lori Vallow trial for a hot second. But we're back. We're back. Man, it's chilly in this basement. So cold, my nose starts to run. Wow, this is this is a long sidebar. A really long sidebar. I don't know. I think we're seeing a little more of the Jen McCabe we're used to today. I think the jury is seeing it as well. All right, we're back. Yeah, they stole that.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages.
Wow. What bullshit. Oh, I forgot to say this. I forgot to admonish you guys about this when they were reading in Karen's texts. It slipped my mind. I probably should have interrupted him, but it wasn't top on my mind. But now that we're getting into Jen McCabe and the Alberts texts, it's right up on my mind. I'm going to give you this warning. I'm going to let you know you don't even have to believe this shit. Whatever you do, don't accept it as true. So she is accurate. What she stated was an accurate statement of the law. So the judge is saying, you're talking about text messages. So you guys have to believe that, Jen actually sent the messages attributed to Jen, that, her brother-in-law actually sent the messages that are attributed to him, that her sister actually, that type of thing. And that if you're not sure that those are the people who sent it, because, hey, I could text from Bob's phone. Bob can text from mine. whenever I do, I always tell people it's me. I never text from Bob's phone without saying it's me speaking. And then the second part of that instruction is that this is all hearsay. So she's saying this is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This is not, you cannot accept this as substantive evidence of what they are saying. That is also an accurate, statement of the law. However, my point is, this should have been in the forefront of her mind when Trooper Garino got on. She knew that's what he was getting on to say. She says, I should have interrupted him. She knew he was getting on to say that. She should have been waiting with bated breath to give that instruction, just as she did here. So, yeah, I'll bloop back.
Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right. So now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Wilk, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
No.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
How could it be a 6? Before it happened?
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole.
To whom?
To me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
She's using her
Next
phone
text,
here.
please.
Okay.
What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please.
I would have paused right there. She didn't want to text about it.
That's suspicious.
Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Suspicious.
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please.
And you're saying right? You don't want to text about it.
What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM, or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got the copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at Sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
Oh, this is gonna be good, I think. She looks nervous. Take your time, Jen. Take your time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
2 hours later.
Lip lipping.
May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian, sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you want
February
the top one,
1st,
the
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brennan?
Please.
Yes, that can come in.
48.
Which means it is substantive, Your Honor.
Can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communication.
Oh, she's giving it again, in case they forgot.
Used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using fake statements.
Gonna give it again.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
Wow.
If we could start at
I
the
do
second
my
text
hair
down.
toss,
Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon. Yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
D&E. Oh, the pizza place. I was thinking DE, Delaware.
Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from Waterfall.
Oh, sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell him the guy never went into the house.
Wow.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out get an update or something and tell them that the guy never came in the house? This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but
Yeah.
it meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on?
Yes, Elizabeth.
Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay,
She is
fair
the
enough. Let's go
person
to the
from
next
Channel
text,
4,
please.
I think. That's Karen Sleuthy.
Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please.
That she's in a mental hospital, I think is what that was.
Who is this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
All right, so now the
Who's on
text
the
is
other end of
coming
that
from
phone?
Carrie.
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please.
All the stuff.
Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
So no, these texts were at the first trial. I think all of them. I don't remember that one she just read. But yeah, they were at the first trial. Keep an eye on the chat in case someone thinks I'm wrong, but I'm gonna bloop back.
Yep. If she pleads out, it will 35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
All right, everybody's saying that we didn't get these. I remember the "she is telling them everything" text. So I don't know if we got some of them or yeah, so maybe we did not get all of these. But we definitely got some of them. And I'm going to bloop back a couple times just so it's not as broken up.
It's from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
I don't remember that one.
She.
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
the previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
the one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. Me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
Asking if he's listening during Carrie's.
It would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And
interview.
in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be
Just
clear,
read in a separate
to
room.
orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically. Correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed with the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No.
I'm sorry, not Michael.
Sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that
I don't remember that
specifically
one.
directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please.
I'll be right back, but I'll be listening on my phone.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says?
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay, there you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes,
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
Those, I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard, what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly
Are you
part of
sure?
her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline.
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
Mhm.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I was wondering the same thing. I didn't know if like there was a new sound that Mandy did. I thought I heard a squeaky toy too. I'm like, the dog's not even down here. All right. Sorry for that interruption.
The first time in May of 2024, about a year ago. Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him?
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report?
Sustained.
I don't know why she's not
Do you
letting.
remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with.
Again, I think that to get around this issue that Alan Jackson is having with, is that another example of the police misreporting what you said, that she asks them, I'd like you to review this and tell me, does it accurately reflect the information you provided? No, it does not. What aspects of it are not accurate? And then he could argue it in closing that it was another example of. I think that that's the issue, is this another example of, but I don't know. Bob's like reminding people to like and share and subscribe from the school bus here. All right. Loop back.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and
not
we
gonna
dropped
tell you,
her off
Mike.
at Mike Lang. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix up, not yours.
Sustained.
Why?
I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully?
Yeah, I do, because I'm not.
I know
my
I said
memory
that we
refreshed.
dropped her off.
It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lang's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lang's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lang's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lang's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lang's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lang's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
That's weird.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
So, sorry, that was a perfect Jaws, and then I paused it. So I'm wondering, do you guys think that the jury, because again, the order of things has been so different, the order of the Commonwealth's witnesses and the way sort of evidence is coming out, the way the jury's hearing the story, that I wonder if it is as significant to them right now in this point in time as it is to us, those of us who at least, watched the first trial, know enough about this lie about ever going to Lank's house, and I don't know. So I'm asking, honestly, I guess, what your guys' opinions are. Do you think that the importance of this is translating at this moment in time, about that she even went to Lank's, and are they putting together that the reason he's pointing out the difference between pickup and drop off and this and that is all as a convoluted, not Alan convoluted, but Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts convoluted way of coming up with an excuse for having been at Lank's for that period of time. And then I'll just put some of your comments up here. I'll back this up a minute and hit play.
Identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Do you recognize the document
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification.
Right.
Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
For identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the
yes.
first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that?
All right. I mean, now the jury is getting the sense that everybody's keeping something from them. With these sidebars, and then the judge is chiming in. They're like, all right, what is everybody trying for us not to hear? And, based on your guys's comments here. It's basically you got JD, people sort of expressing that opinion. It's not the gotcha moment from the trial one. And others saying, yeah, they think the jury's paying close attention. You're getting it. And then others, which is always how this works, saying it's going to come together at closing. And that's for sure. No doubt about it. I just wonder how it's translating at this precise moment. But I do think these extended sidebars and like the popping in about this, that it's helpful for the defense in that it's drawing attention to the fact that this is important and there's something here someone doesn't want us to know about. So oh, what's that music? I like that. I got some blooping time though. Man, slacking on using the bloops. All right, remind me next time, guys. All right,
Can I
don't touch
continue?
the
Yes.
Thank you.
strike.
Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mhm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36 and this page is 5:40.
Yes.
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lanks.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
See, did you see her reaction before she read that it was links? You knew whatever she was about to say was, here, let's just bloop back.
That's suspicious.
I might have went too far. Let's see.
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again. 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536, and this,
All right, I think this is it.
do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
There it went. Lick
Yes.
duck.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes.
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay. The same address on,
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
I think for sure the jury got the fact that she hadn't said this before and about going to Lank's house, and she only disclosed that she was at Lank's house after the defense provided the law enforcement with her location data information showing she was at Lank's house. Sorry, I was just thinking because they did find, and I think that they ended up finding the report about the Commonwealth, about the officer going out and asking her about being at Lank's house only after she testified. But they did know she was there before she testified.
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
I'll keep an eye in the chat, see if anyone corrects me.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Look,
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
He'd had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
well, we didn't want to upset the
No, we
kids.
didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
Did you want to give anyone a gift? Who would you
You
want to give? a
stated
gift?
on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
But that's
Right.
not what the
She's never
record
with
just
you at your
showed.
house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't
Wow.
with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34 Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you come go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still
That's
trying to figure
weird.
everything out.
Stayed there for 46 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house. No,
Nobody came outside to talk
Find
to you.
telling
No.
piece.
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before
What?
you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by
Oh.
34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
She wanted to say no.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted
Mhm.
portion. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, look at her. Oh boy.
On May
Oh.
21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
She wants to
And just
deny
looking
even
at what you
stopping the
just said,
vehicle.
That you maybe even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter?
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
So thirsty.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Oh,
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Very slowly.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or there just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lang's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lang's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lang's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lang's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lang's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, we'll see that. And this will be it again if we just go home.
Break this way, jurors.
We might be able to bloop all the way past this break. Not quite. Not quite. Well, people, what do we think so far? So I don't remember them having this evidence that Jen stopped at her house before going back to Lanks. So the concept being you're claiming that you left John McCabe's, John O'Keefe's house to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter at the Lanks house. But before you went to the Lanks house, you drove past 34 Fairview for whatever reason, and then went to your house for 7 minutes, then decided to go to the Lanks. The inference being, and the defense arguing, you went to the Lanks house, just go to the Lanks house. This had nothing to do with dropping off the daughter, because otherwise, why in the hell did you drive all the way home, stay there 5 minutes before turning around and going to the Lanks house? You don't remember bringing the child back to your house. You don't remember even going there. you're still saying like I don't think I went there, even though this shows that I did go there. You know, he's about to change subjects though. Red Velvet didn't remember that either. No, she went past Fairview and then went to her house. So she did both of those things. In which order, I can't recall right now. But before going to Lanks and after leaving John O'Keefe's house, she went to her house for 7 minutes and was driving by 34 Fairview for 4 minutes. Belle says, well, she stopped by to talk to her sister, Coco, in person because she didn't want to text about it and they didn't want to talk on the phone. So, I don't know. All right, thanks, Sleuth. She went from One Meadows, John O'Keefe's house, to her house for 7 minutes, then to 34 Fairview, where she was at that location for 4 minutes at least, and then to Lank's house. And then, as Melissa points out, she had to go inside because she had to go to the bathroom when she got to Lank's house. What? She didn't have to go to the bathroom. She was just at her house 11 minutes earlier. And yeah, I don't know how slow you need to be driving by somewhere to be there for 4 minutes, but I mean, it definitely shows that they were, you can look at things from two different sides. You really can. The question is it enough to raise reasonable doubt? Because you can say, well, they're all interested. They're all wanting to know what was found out. They think that their one friend might have killed their other friend. But why is everybody listening to, like, why is it so important for them to listen to Carrie Roberts being interviewed? Like, she wasn't there for any of this stuff. So it's not like something she says is going to help them learn something new, give them some sort of update or whatever the case may be. I mean, proving either of those things, Jason, thanks for your generosity. Is Jen close to perjury or obstruction of justice? I mean, I would say no, not at this time, not something that, not as far as the Commonwealth or the court would consider it. It's just her. She's just got, these are memory issues. These aren't lies. These are all memory issues. These aren't lies. Is the way they'll see that. At least I think. But so where is he going next? He's about to shift subjects. I can't even remember what topic areas are left. Oh, the text. House long to die in the cold. I'm assuming maybe that's where we're going next. But I don't know, the inability to remember certain things, the fighting, the deleting text, the butt calls. Are we going to get into butt calls and deleted text? Yeah. Somebody just said deleted text. Yes, that's where we should definitely be going next. I can't find Yes, deleted texts. And butt calls. I mean, I love the butt calls. She butt dialed John O'Keefe. I don't know how many times on repeat. I'm sure we're about to get into that. Now, as many of us have discussed from the first trial, when you make a butt call, it doesn't hang up so that you can butt call again. You would just be leaving, if no one answered and hung up the phone, you'd just be leaving a really, really long message. So and these people were very keen on not using, they were alert to the fact not to use their cell phones for texting or calls. They didn't want a history if they could avoid it. And a lot of stuff they still did text, but they knew that someone was going to see that stuff. All those deleted calls with John. Yeah, all the butt calls. You have to delete your butt calls, Sleuthy. Can't just leave your butt calls there. Any butt dials, you've got to delete them. I don't know what we're saying Sleuthy is correct about, but yeah, you can usually take whatever Sleuthy says to the bank. I do. I mean, so then you've got, like, here's your two ends of the spectrum. You've got Melissa saying, I think it looks suspicious. And then you've got true crime junkie saying it was gossiping. And that's, that is the other side of it. It's just gossiping. But we do have gift giving. I don't know. We haven't gotten into that yet. And I think that's got to be next before we get into call deletions. Because wasn't it Lank she's given a gift to? So we'll have to see. And Betty Gilman is right. Or Gilliam. You know what? There's an innocent explanation to sitting in the car. You're not going to keep talking about this in front of the kids. You're just not. You don't want them to hear it. You don't want them to be upset. So that is legitimate. That's why I'm saying there are two sides to this. One that looks innocent that you can take to look, suspicious as fuck. But that's the same thing they're doing with Karens. It's the same thing that Commonwealth is doing here. They're taking phone calls and morphing them into something else. They're taking things and just, presenting the story with their narrative on facts that can be interpreted completely different. So, to be perfectly honest, I don't see an issue with them sitting in the car talking. Did they sit in the car talking about this with the wife and have no discussion about getting information? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I honestly do think that they were, wanting to get information from them. They were given information. There was definitely stuff they shouldn't have been talking about, but that doesn't mean it was, can you get your husband to keep my family out of trouble? I mean, and that's the difference here, but we don't know. We're not there. We're not there. And yeah, Sleuthy's right. Nicole said, we'll find out more tomorrow. Tomorrow comes and they're at Lank's house. Right. But again, could it just be gossiping, nosiness, wanting to find out more? But at the same time, it's like, how much more are you going to find out? You guys were all there. No one knows anything more than what you know. And then, and that's why it's so weird, like, what is all they're trying to to find out. They were there. No one knows anything more than what they know. Right. The whole going to Lank's house, there's just no way you forget that. A 45-minute conversation in the car, you know. I mean, polygraph says it's all nonsense. It's pretty normal to start communicating, getting their stories straight when suddenly they're having a huge conspiracy made up about them. It's one possibility, you know, but you have to remember this huge conspiracy didn't start with the defense. It didn't start with Aiden. It didn't start with anything other than someone associated with that party and those people telling the defense that there was a huge fight inside the house, knowing the description of the injuries before, you know, the body was released. So yeah, Polly, it is possible that it's like, okay, they start communicating, they're, you know, getting their stories straight, they're lining up what each other said, and it's all innocent. But it could be they're all getting their stories straight and making sure they're saying the right thing so that they, you know, and it's nothing legitimate about it. And they're hiding something. They're covering up something. I don't know it. All I know and all I give a shit about is that car didn't touch that body. I don't give a shit about any of this other stuff. I have no fucking clue. What happened? What didn't happen? Who's lying? Who's not lying? Why are they lying? I tend to think it's unlikely that all of this shit went down in the house, to be perfectly honest. But that doesn't matter because what I damn well know is that car didn't touch that body. I also damn well know the cops planted evidence. That to me, you cannot, that is never changing. The inverted video, all the, you know, there's just too much things disappearing. Why is everything disappearing? Why is the video when Karen takes the pieces out of the taillight disappearing? Why is it the one video that disappears? So the cops are shady as shit, and there's no one convincing me otherwise. There is nothing normal or innocent about that. I'll give Polly this. Their behavior, it could be interpreted as normal. There is parts about it that you just say, you know what? You guys are making this a mountain out of a molehill. It might just be innocent. It might just be this, might just be that. You can't do that with the cops. You cannot do that with what the bullshit that the Commonwealth and the cops pulled. No. No. Maybe the reason wasn't for the reason I think it is, but nonetheless, they hid evidence, they altered evidence, they planted evidence, they lied. All of that stuff happened. And when all of that stuff happens, reasonable doubt has to weigh in favor of the defendant. And that's why I would have ruled not guilty for O.J. Simpson, even though I think he probably did it. Now I'm certain he did it. But even then, you know what? He probably did it. But how the hell can I trust a goddamn thing when this racist cop is planting evidence all over the scene? Don't try to make it worse, and you won't risk the person getting off because now you've tainted the entire thing. But at the end of the day, can't convince me that car touched that person. You just can't. Everything else, you know what? I could care less. Did they get rid of the dog because it got in a fight with another dog around the corner? Maybe. But then you've got all these sort of weird coincidences piling up on top of each other. Then the dog happened. The kid just had to get dropped off. They sold the house. Like all of these weird things. It's like, all right, a lot of this could be completely innocent, but there's so much of it. Why is people breaking their phones and hiding them? And I've come up with rational explanations for that. There were other shit. These motherfuckers wanted to hide in their phones that they did not want the cops reading. But just because you can come up with a rational explanation doesn't mean the other explanation isn't just as reasonable, just as possible. It's just too many shady things to happen that you pile on, where you're saying, all right, like now it just seems weird. Now it just seems like collusion. Now this is like too much. It's the same thing that happens when they're putting a case together against a defendant, where you say, all right, that's too many coincidences. That's too many little things. Now I think you're guilty. So it's just too much. Polly says, legally, it's a mess, but logically, it's much more straightforward. It's a half-assed investigation made worse when they tried to tie up loose ends when it got messy. An unbelievable fairy story. Okay, I'll tell you this. Even if the story that Karen Reed's team believes to be true, the one they're putting forward is not what is true, I sure as hell think Karen believes it. Because her car didn't touch that body. So there's got to be something between there. Her car did not touch that body. Period. It just didn't happen. I don't know. See, Sleuthy, she clearly full-fledged believes this happened in the house. These people are setting her up. That's that. I'm assuming based on your comments here, Sleuthy. But if you assume for a minute that Karen Reed's car didn't touch that body, what is your alternative if it is not something to do with these people in the house? Well, what is it? I mean, Bob and I put some stuff out there. Oh, well, maybe he really did throw the glass at the car, slip backwards, feet up, head down. Boom. It's much more likely than the car hit him, and then whatever. A dog walking by tries to pull him to safety. Hey, Lassie, just like Lassie would. I don't know, but that's the thing. When you don't know and there's things that make no sense, and like Nunya says, owl pig, sure. There's pig DNA. What do you get pig DNA from? Dog treats, dog food, pig ears, or an owl pig. Could have been an owl pig. Could have been an owl pig. Pammy's with Sleuthy. Chrissy's with Sleuthy. I know you're all with Sleuthy. So many of you are just convinced that this all, happened in the house the way that the defense thinks it did. And maybe it did. I don't know. But for me, at the end of the day, the evidence is not there that Karen Reed's car touched Officer John O'Keefe's body. And it is weird that these like lifelong friends, my best friend, your husband's calling him that guy. I mean, sure, I can do it, right? That car didn't touch that body. But why is Matt McCabe calling John O'Keefe that guy? They don't even know their dog's name. All those kind of little things are very, very weird. There's so much of it. They sell the house, they get rid of the dog, they break their phones. It's just, and then the butt calls. Okay, I'm starting to forget all of the things that make me say these motherfuckers are liars. Do I know what happened in the house? No, but I know they're all lying about it. They're lying about who called who. You don't make butt calls that your butt answers while you're having sex with your wife. This is one of the Albert's excuse. Oh, Higgins called me, but I answered with my butt mid-sex. I mean, am I wrong or was that what he said? Like, and then that's the other thing. Talk about coincidences. Talk about coincidences. Here's one I cannot wrap my mind around, and I'll let Polly, maybe Polly has an explanation. Anyone, please give me an explanation. So, as far as coincidences go, the last one to leave that day is it Jen McCabe's daughter or it's the Albert's daughter? Who I forget who Kristen, Caitlin. But whose daughter is she? Anyway, she's the last one to leave the house, the Albert's daughter. Okay, the Albert's daughter leaves the house last. All right. Now remember, in the morning, there's no dog there. Jen McCabe goes in the house, the dog is not there. Either she's lying about it, right? Or the dog is not there. It's got to be one or the other. So stay with me. Anyone who is, and I'm asking for your honest opinion. I'm not being sarcastic here. Anyone who is leaning towards, I think Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. So there's no dog there in the morning. But the Albert's daughter on her way home found a stray dog and picked up a stray dog and tried to drop off somewhere a stray dog. I mean, that is one like crazy coincidence. Like that is so crazy. So I'm going to be looking with for you guys' comments here. But yeah, I believe that the Alberts say the dog was in the house. That's for sure. But either way, the fact that on her way home in this storm, she comes across a stray dog that she puts in her car. It's just one of those other like coincidences on top of coincidences that I just don't, it's too much at some point. Oh, was it McCabe's daughter who found the dog? Sleuthy, who found the dog? Is it the Albert's daughter or the McCabe's daughter? Where's Sleuthy? Oh, yeah, there's a whole stray dog situation. Is Sleuthy still here? Because at least I know if Sleuthy says it. Not that I doubt like any of you guys, but it's I got myself confused, and there's a lot of people, or Mandy or Tracy, whatever, somebody's kid, either the McCabe's kid. Yeah, McCabe said it was her niece. I'm pretty sure it was the Alberts. No, because it was the Alberts' house. So why would there? No, I think it was McCabe's daughter. Whatever. Jen's daughter, Little Miss Velvet says. I'm pretty sure that's right because it wouldn't be the Alberts' daughter. Because why would the Alberts' daughter be leaving the house? She, on the way home from the Alberts, she testified she found a stray dog. I don't know if we ever got. Oh, was it Allie? It was Allie. That is right. I think it was Allie. Yes. Now that's right. Allie McCabe. Yes. Everybody, you are right. Allie McCabe found a dog when she left the Alberts' house that night. That is not up for debate. She says it. It's like crazy. What that is such a wild coincidence. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I don't know. Come up with any other explanation, but I don't think that car touched that body. Mandy's doing family stuff. Sleuthy's gone. Well, thanks, Sleuth. Not just kidding. All right, Melissa from Montana Googled it. Allie testified she found a small brown and white dog and took it to the police station. I mean, that seems easy enough to confirm. I would hope that the Commonwealth, they've got that now. They have got that a girl arrived at a police station and brought a dog on that day. And if she did, then wow, what a wild, crazy, coincidence. But it's a lot. It's a lot between the butt dialing, the phone destroying, the messages back and forth. So, but I like that we've got people in here who, are on both sides of it, and hopefully no one's giving anyone a hard time if they think that um that Karen is factually guilty. But yeah, this does seem like a pretty long break. What'd she say? Like 15 minutes? We had like 10 of bloops. And then Melissa says, the kicker is once she got to the police station, the owner of the dog called and Allie returned the dog. All right, well, if that's true, then the Commonwealth should be having that person testify about their dog being returned. And there's one coincidence off the list of coincidences that's proven to just be a coincidence. So, I don't know why you take a dog to law enforcement, but I'll tell you a story. So, when I was in college, we had a friend who just had puppies, and the runt of the litter, they were selling these puppies. The runt of the litter was sick, had some sort of stomach issue. They were going to put it to sleep. I was allergic to dogs, but I was not going to let this dog get put to sleep. So I took the dog. And I was going away to college, and the dog couldn't eat solid foods. I called her Dixie because she would eat little Dixie cups of ice cream. So I couldn't take the dog and couldn't leave the dog. Nobody wanted this sick dog. So I had to go around to find which dog pounds I don't know what the right word is, whatever, don't put the dogs to sleep if they don't get picked up. So then I called and I was like, oh, I found, I'm going to drop this dog off. They're like, you can't bring a dog here. No. So I drove to the town. I pretended to find the dog on the street and I took it to the police station so that I could get the dog into that pound so that the dog wouldn't get put to sleep. Then I called and checked in on it a lot. So I think they put it all together, but oh well. But yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, this is a really long break. What is happening? Are we getting anything from the Twitter machine? Does anyone know if something weird's happening about what's going on in the courtroom? Are we going to hear from Steve Scanlon? Steve Scanlon, if I'm correct, someone correct me if I'm wrong, is the person that went to Yannetti and gave this whole story. The whole story that becomes what we now call, the defense conspiracy story. Talking to the jury again, Brian says. Is that an assumption or you saw this? Oh, she's got the shrugging. So that's that. Um, It wasn't supposed to be lunch. She said 10 to 15 minutes. Look, I mean, Higgins um and Albert, they could have destroyed their phones because they got other shit to hide. They got other shit to hide. Other dirty business, dirty police business, women on the side, kind of demented porn. I mean, who knows what it could be? Or they could be hiding what they were doing that night. And with all the other weird things that they were doing, it just it piles on. And it really seems like, I mean, they're all hiding something. I'm sorry. They're all hiding something. I don't know. I don't know. Well, yeah, it's true. Their demented porn wouldn't have anything to do with this trial. I'm just tossing things out there, but that doesn't mean you want your colleagues seeing it, right? Like if they were like into something really, really kind of kinky, like totally out of the norm kind of kinky, yeah, it wouldn't get into trial, but these are their colleagues that are going through their phones. No, I blooped up. We are blooped up. I did all the blooping. I mean, let's see. We have been out for 40 minutes. 41 minutes at least. 42 minutes. This was supposed to be, let's see.
Hour morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, you'll see that.
That's what she said, 15, 20 minutes. 42 minutes ago. So something's going on. Something's going on. Let's see. Jennifer Hill, thanks for your generosity. What is the Steve guy's relationship to witnesses / possible conspirators? How did he come up with the conspiracy? So I'm going to see what you guys say in the chat, because my understanding is that did someone say he was there at some point, or he heard it from someone who was there, but he knew what the injuries looked like before any injuries had been disclosed, and he told Yannetti that the guy went in the house, they took him in the basement, they beat him up, they threw him out. Let's see what you guys are. Yeah, none of us really know for sure, but it's something about either he was told or he was there, and then Nexus Lexus says he's a cop. He can't be a cop. He's a cop? So is that not the guy? Is Steve Scanlon not the guy who told the defense this story? That maybe I'm mixing it up. Melissa from Montana said he called Yannetti and said he had a reliable source, but he kept that person's identity private, then later recanted. Bob told me one of these guys like disappeared. Like there was maybe it was the kid he got the story from. And I thought he actually went into Yannetti's office too. Is that a joke? Gigi says Scanlon was in the police academy with Brian Albert, but then he became a PI. Okay. Helena Handbasket says delay was because the attorneys needed more time to print. Court should start any second now. All right. Maybe they were printing out more of the copies of the text messages. But I think they got through most of the text messages. Maybe more copies of the extraction report if we're going to be getting into deleted. Ooh, Brittany coming in hot. How long is this break? Paige says on the HBO doc, Yannetti says he got a call from a guy named Mike. And Mike told him that someone else caused the death of John. Oh. Athlete Fitness, thanks for your generosity. Fight tracks with data. Jen McCabe, Apple Health, heart rate data is missing from 1215 to 1250. Try explaining a heart rate less than 100 sitting at a table. All right. All right, wait, we got a chat. GPT says Scanlon had a prior acquaintance with Brian Albert, one of the individuals present at the residence where O'Keefe was last seen. All right, and we're back. Yeah, that's another weird thing. What the fuck is this?
Go to the session, please be seated.
Greater than 100, greater than 100. Sorry.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records.
Yeah, we noticed,
We
Your Honor.
appreciate your patience.
Oh.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks,
Mr.
Mr.
McCabe, I want to
Therapist.
shift gears to
Very much for your generosity.
some phone calls
And your membership.
that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize
Be right
the
back.
documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls.
Right.
Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right.
So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just.
I'm being told that there's no objection
Fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I appreciate
The nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame. The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or the?
May I approach one?
Yes.
I was looking at my phone, just screaming.
Yes.
What is the judge doing? Why is the judge keep harping on that? Wait a minute. flip it over. Now do you independently remember? Like, what is going on? And then Brennan had to actually be the one to be like, yeah, we've got no issue with these this coming in. You know, like, what? I was getting irritated. I'll tell you that much. It was bizarre. Bizarre as far as I'm concerned. All right, let's go.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m. lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there.
Yes.
In your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went. And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct.
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I mean, I just have to pause it here a second. She just had to keep her shirt unbuttoned deep enough to see that full cross, to the point where she's in court and like her cleavage is about to show. I don't know. Is it just me, or does it seem like just so intentional? Like you're in court, you might button up that button, you know, like maybe you've got the top one open, but why the hell does she have it so deep that you can see the cross? And I'm not hating on her for showing a little cleavage. I'm just saying, typically you're going to court. I don't know. Just and I knew it before we even started. I was like, all right, first day she had it unbuttoned. You could clearly see it. It seemed the next day she wore a high cut shirt intentionally not to show it. Like, hey, I'm not always going to show it. And I suspected today we'd be back full bablasm with the cross. All right, sorry. Okay. Bloop back a sec.
You were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, you better drink that water.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
So much.
I don't recall.
Got to pull it up.
Do you recall telling
That's crazy.
Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
Oh, no.
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
See, again, and I keep pointing this out, but he can ask the same thing without like characterizing it one way or the other. And, you know, Bev, seriously, get over yourself. Just Judge Cannoni needs to just bring it down a level. Just bring it down a level. And Alan Jackson needs to stop doing what she keeps saying he cannot do. I mean, I don't know why he just keeps doing it. It's just pissing the judge off, just making it also look to the jury like he can't follow instructions. But there is a way to accomplish this same thing without doing it the way he's doing it. But I also don't think it's objectionable to point out that a witness keeps saying that she said something different than multiple police reports say. I don't think there's anything objectionable about him pointing that out.
If you had told Trooper Proctor, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
Exactly, like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
Yeah, she's got all the patience in the world for Brennan. All the patience in the world. All right, we got a little bloop. Just a little. And
I'm sorry, did you tell Trooper Tully, may I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, You had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote.
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Lieutenant Tully that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's
No.
two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
my
this has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jack.
What?
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
It has not been answered. Wow. Judge Cannone is just,
Let's
wow.
talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on
I
January
can't.
29th,
I can't.
2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could.
She's sitting in a different courtroom than the rest of us.
Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yeah, right. Brian
Thank
says,
you.
then let's read back the answer because she started to not answer it. He stopped her from not answering it.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein you call, I'm sorry, John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that that call was answered, even though it says, it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained
Here we go.
what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
I don't know.
And you're
Could
well
we have?
aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next
Weren't
question.
Well, let's show it
you
to her.
confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago, whether or not those phone calls.
Yeah,
actually
Judge
exist on
Cannoni,
phone-
knock it off.
phone logs.
Objection.
The fuck?
Do you remember that?
I remember you.
Rewinding. Sorry.
Next
This is
question.
bullshit.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago, whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
Thank you, Judge Cannoni. So knock it off.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often do you make phone calls, Mr. McCabe?
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
You open
Not
a phone app,
hundreds.
don't you, bitch?
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You can't open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages,
Mhm.
phone, right?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's it.
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
believe she is. Go ahead and.
Wow, Judge Canoni.
Okay.
Wow, I believe she is. You believe she is? Because none of us believe she is. Sorry, am I blowing out some of you guys' ears because I'm screaming? Mm. You don't do multiple butt dials in a row. You just don't. Someone has to answer it. Otherwise, it's one long voicemail message. It's not 7 butt dials. It's got to get disconnected. It's got to get disconnected. Seriously. I believe she's answering it. He's over there being like, Judge, you are hamstringing my cross-examination. I want her to answer the questions that I asked, not go off on tangents. And she's like, well, she is answering the question. I mean, she's, I don't know. And Judge, why are you sustaining objections about what she said last time? She did testify about this last time. She does know that these were deleted from her phone. She was confronted with the extraction report.
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Wow. All right.
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes. Sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way. Yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that
we're going to know if your
these
phone
are all
was
missed
locked too.
calls. Is that right?
That's what the record show. Yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed,
What happens?
generally goes to voicemail.
Ah,
it does. Yes.
Yeah.
You have to do something additional with that call.
Right. Before you can make
Push the
another
end button.
butt call.
Correct.
Sorry, I'm looping
Correct.
back. Talked over
It does. Yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button. Correct.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, they go on for 4 minutes.
Okay.
Right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call. I'm sorry, for 7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls. No.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to Joe.
Oh, I'm not denying that. No.
Oh, I'm not denying that. No.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure. Maybe around 11:30, 12. I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about? I'm confused. Are you talking about?
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, you left here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
In theory, but not really. I'll circle back to that.
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay. Yes. I think. Yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
Yeah.
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an
Google.
expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct?
Yeah.
You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay. It was a
Okay.
Google search.
Okay. So it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
You know the exact time.
2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I mean, come the fuck on. How many times have somebody said the 227 search, the 227 search? This is the same thing she said. No, I don't know about Karen Reed backing into a car when she pulled out of the driveway at John's house. The fuck you don't. The fuck you don't. So you have no
Nobody's gonna know.
idea that that's the theory that the defense has been putting out as to how that happened. I don't know that. Oh, I can't independently recall the time of this search. How? Please, girl, come on. Come on.
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't
Yes,
you?
certainly do.
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right.
I think
The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked
Talked
about it
Come the
dozens
fuck
of times,
on.
haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It
Anyone.
doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there.
Trust
I
him.
asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Oh my gosh. You just said you know this.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 227? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
No.
And Mr. Lally?
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
It's not rocket science. Just say yes
Have
and we'll
a
move on.
Yes.
Jesus, fuck. The more she decides she made any search at 227, the better. Y'all want to...
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find a record that I did not make a reaction. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Or if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
She said you stay and keep looking, Miss Little. She wasn't inviting you to the sidebar. Oh, what'd she say to who there? Don't give me a strike, Mandy. Don't get me a strike. It's been going just about this this morning. There's been I think a lot of clues this morning to the evasiveness and possible lack of integrity with this witness, in my opinion.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down.
What?
That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the record.
Counsel at sidebar.
I don't know if she wants him to cover the deleted column or what. Kathy Simmons says she's going to slip up. She's getting frustrated. I object to the way that's being shown. Oh, yeah, that's being shown wrong, you guys. You got to take down one of those. What? What are we hiding now? What are we hiding now? Which field do you want hidden? Mr. Wolf wants to tell them, hey, guys, I got you this here in paper. Oh, all right. Or Mr. Wolf, woke. I don't know. Wokey Wolfie. Scarlett and I are going to get mani-pedis this weekend to make up for the fact that I did not get to go be the chaperone for the class trip. I don't know that that really makes up for it, but it's something. You take an issue with that deleted column. That's not the way it shows. It's exactly the way it shows. I mean, they literally pulled it up from the Cellbrite report. Oh, they're actually engaging.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Every time he hands you something, say thank you. Every time he tries to cut you off, say sorry.
May I approach?
Yes.
She pulled her shirt up
You
again.
indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Cellbrite record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that?
No.
Is that
Jerk
the
off.
question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now you.
All right, we're just going to pause for a second to talk to the great, the one and only Josh Schiffer. Hey.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Been sitting here all morning with it on in the background while doing all of those lovely Friday morning lawyer calls, such as, yeah, we still don't have that discovered. No, we're not going to be ready for that. Oh, would you like to make me an offer that's been outstanding for months and months and months and months? And
Right. Got to do all that. All right. Well, we are just getting into the house.
So I've been paid. This is stonewalling, and she's ready for today. Like she got given the, all right, do not freak out, do not yell, do not. And I don't know how it's landing. Other than that, this is a pro-defense move because anybody watching this can sense there's a lot of history here. These people do not like each other. And
Right.
Jen McCabe has a real personal connection to this case.
Yeah.
Man, that's where all those little asides about, hey, reasonable doubt. Hey, you got a reason to not be truthful. They just build up.
Right. All right. Well, let's get back into it.
And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, 2 iterations of how long to die in the cold. How long to die in cold, how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? or no?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search.
That's
yes.
not the
Okay, that's not what I
question.
asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Carrie
Are
wasn't
you
there when it happened.
aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
Why?
May we approach?
Yes.
What?
All right, juries, feel free to stand up and stretch.
So feisty.
What do you think the issue is with that?
You know, I'm trying to. So you've been up there at the bench where the judge and everybody knows the game that's getting played. And the judge is more concerned about just keeping it moving than anything more legitimate as to right, wrong, what the law is or isn't. And I really think that Canone is looking at the clock going, all right, we know there's a lot more left on this. How much are we going to retread? Mr. Jackson, you know she ain't answering the questions like that. You have shown this jury a million ways how she's going to evade, how she's going to push back on. It's done. What more do you want? And when are we going to keep moving on? And I kind of think that it's more of that discussion than anything else. And I've seen that the comments about judge just needs to tell the juror to tell Jen to answer the question. Yeah. But do you want that if you're Alan Jackson? Does Alan Jackson show his advocacy and point more by watching a witness openly struggle, push back, and not answer, be obfuscatory? Or is it better for Alan Jackson to have the judge admonish a witness? And then you got to think about fairness from the state. Brennan's going to protect Jen McCabe and give her the opportunity to answer the questions which are being asked in a really pointed and confusing way to have the space to answer them. And the Commonwealth has an interest in Jen McCabe being able to have that space to answer. And then no one knows how it lands with the jury. If I'm a juror and I look at this, I really don't know how to trust anything what's going on. I'd probably look at a Hank Brennan to bring some sanity back in the redirect, because this just shows that Alan Jackson and Jen McCabe like to argue and know exactly what each other are asking about, but don't want to talk plainly or straightly. And I think that, I'm looking at the how are the questions confusing. Alan Jackson's doing a good job.
Just one
question. Not confusing, but it's impossible.
Right.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please.
See?
So, but didn't she just tell him that at sidebar? Why did she say it again in front of the jury?
Oh, I think that Canone is trying to carefully illustrate that she's in charge, that she's got a handle on what's going on, and is not just given up to these litigators. Because really, that's what it looks like, is that Brennan and Jackson are running this court.
All right.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Kerry Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You read that?
No.
Little Miss Rao, the judge can say all kinds of things. Whether it actually gets enforced is totally different.
Right.
You've reviewed the video from the Dashcam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness?
It was just the two of us. She sent Carrie off.
So of course, Kerry Roberts.
All right, we're getting an echo. It seems like it's me. I don't know what it is.
I'm not hearing it on this side.
Okay. All right, let me know if you're in the chat. I'm hearing it in my. Bum, bum, bum. All right. I'll ignore it unless someone tells me.
Is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? Do you understand that?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Kerry Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Kerry Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said, she called me, she said this, and Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
All right. Everyone's hearing an echo. Try muting yourself and I'll see if I hear it.
Hold on. Yeah.
Testing. I don't hear it anymore. Maybe it is.
She is here, yes.
All right. I think it's something with you, but it wasn't doing it before.
It's got to be something on my side. Let me turn off some of my stuff.
Okay.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
All right. I
Sure,
don't hear an
she's-
echo anymore. I'm rewinding.
Galvin. Denise.
Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise.
I'm going back.
to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
Name.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you
Yeah.
instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms.
need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say, when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
All right. So, Josh, when you weren't here, we've been talking about that. I've been saying she's got her sorries and her thank yous all worked out. She is saying sorry if he's like coming at her or if, damn it. The echo
No,
came back.
absolutely. Yeah, that's got to be something on my end. So I got to figure this out because
It's strange because when you talk, I don't hear the echo, but when I talk, I do hear it. But I'm going to give it a chance. Maybe Zoom open. That's often sometimes an issue, or to YouTube windows. All right, we'll just play while Josh figures that out.
Have you discussed this with anybody? When there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you
Bullshit.
discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea.
Getting any feedback now?
I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that
I got to test it. All right, I'm not hearing it when I'm talking. You try again.
I put in the earphones. Someone very smart in the chat said earphones, and I was like, yeah, that'll work.
Okay, then I think it's fixed. All right.
Fantastic.
Trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, Do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
Oh, Lord.
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him. He never came home.
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 420.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
You could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed? Female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time.
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it. Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out. No.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer. Yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Wow.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement. Yes.
It's not responsive.
I don't know how that landed.
I don't care what you say. I'm going to say what I'm going to say.
Right. I mean, you were taking charge.
Yeah.
Clearly taking charge. You are a take charge kind of gal.
And again, it's just messaging everybody. Like, if you wanted to see the answers don't matter. The truth and it doesn't matter. This is literally telling a jury, this is what I want you to pay attention. No, pay attention. And she's trying to deflect and waffle the entire time. It really's got to land something crazy with this jury.
Yeah.
Can we move to runtime 8:56?
All right, we're going to see her take charge again, people.
Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
You're taking charge?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
Uh-oh.
I'm in the far right.
Justice Kitty
Speaking to
heard
someone?
your voice, and she's
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer, possibly.
Kitty.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen. Is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at
That's Miss Reed.
9:26, you'll stop, please.
Taking charge over there with that cop.
taking charge. You're running this joint. Securing the scene, establish a perimeter.
In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Objection.
Can you tell?
I mean,
Can you
yeah,
answer that, Ms.
it's
Reed?
her.
I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating?
Gesticulating.
The video.
That is
Or
me.
stenographers
Like
like
play it.
She's using the.
they doing field sobriety tests right there. What's with the
Right?
dancing? All right, spin. Show me how it works.
Doing a lot of talking, Miss McCabe.
A lot of chatting right there. She is animated.
Taking charge.
Not letting him get a word in edgewise.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them.
So what, he's just showing that she was there and talking a whole bunch. And
Right.
is this, it moves the case, but
I mean, barely.
barely. Yeah. Like I love defense lawyers when they do, and this is something that I think I've actually talked with Bob about. I respect this jury by
Can
keeping
you
this
tell who
moving.
you're speaking to there?
Right. Right.
Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it.
Ooh. When's he gonna put in like the proctor buy his wife a gift thing?
That's what but it's Friday. He's got her all afternoon. Does he drop the proctor stuff in, 3-4 o'clock, just knowing that it's the cliffhanger for the jury for the weekend?
Well, he already did all the you talked to him 14 times thing. But
yeah, but
maybe,
I'm talking about getting into the dirt.
yeah.
Like, I don't think he hands this back to the state by close of day.
They're going all day today.
Yeah, he wants last word for a Friday strategically. He may be winding down, but I don't see him hand, because the redirect is going to be a third of a day at least.
I think he told the judge on Wednesday he had an hour and a half left.
No, yeah, but come on, that's like estimating trials. It was all a lie from the start. But what more does, and I haven't been able to catch up on how thorough this has been, what more would be reasonable for him to go into with McCabe? Like,
I feel like he's gotten into it all. I'll have to ask the chat, but what I haven't heard is the gift that the text where she was going to buy a present, a thank you gift for Proctor's wife, I think it was.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, I think it's the Proctor's wife.
Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between them, among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, Julie Albert was the gift.
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you
can't
needed
answer
to get
questions
immediate
clearly.
medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
But you gave
knew
the
that
wrong
minutes
address.
counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going
"This
to
is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a
pick on the
description and say my
semantics.
friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and
And
I
you
wanted
didn't say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again,
That's the good
a
point.
man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator
Oh,
knew that this was a
speculative
fallen
objection.
officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I sure
I don't
would,
know.
though.
You even asked
need
my
a public
911
enemy
operator, does anybody know
hit
CPR?
for the
And answer was
soundboard.
no,
911's a
correct?
joke.
Yeah.
911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was
Don't-
basically in the
don't invite
negative.
him.
No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR.
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Gary Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics.
No,
None of you are first responders.
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
None of us are also
I have a question,
surgeons.
Mr. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road
Ah!
who might have had life-saving techniques trained?
Could have gotten there really quickly.
Good question. Boom. That's
Right.
a great question. That setup took way too long.
A little
way
bit.
too
A little
long.
bit.
Can I now or did I then? Which are
I'll
you?
just. Oh, we talked over it. So we'll let him paint the picture
Someone
here.
who knew how to deal with someone in distress. Someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the
Just
focus.
like 10
How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
He was only feet away.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
Great
No, I
line.
did not.
Great line of questioning.
When you arrived at the
But
scene, you
don't
didn't go in.
Not
until
don't
much later,
overplay
correct?
it.
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was
It's
clinging
6
to
o'clock
life
in the
during
mo-
those
like-
precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
Which would be
And you
get
knew that there
Brian.
were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes, there were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never
Pause for a
going in
second.
the house.
This totally sets up Brennan to come back and re-illustrate how emergency the scene, how panicked it was, and basically throw it back on Jackson. And did every great thought happen? Were you cool, calm, and collected, or was this panic? When you're panicked, do you think about it?
Calm and collected phone call.
Well, and that's it. And you can show that she's all over the place. Don't get me wrong. I'm questioning Jackson's aggression because he could have gotten this out without opening himself up to so many slapbacks, even though it's not like that's a losing issue. The more conflict there is over McCabe's testimony, the better it is for the defense.
Right. I'm assuming this is where he's ending, but let's see.
Got your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions 607 and 608, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes.
Honked your horn.
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 607 and 608 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
Were you
They weren't
worried?
coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a
6
severely
o'clock
injured
in the
man on the
morning.
front lawn of their house, and your sister.
Yeah, but the point is, now don't you start worrying that your sister might have been injured by whoever injured this guy?
He's getting it out. And it may just be style. I think you can make each of these into a punchier line that encodes better into the brain of the jury.
Yeah,
Even though there is the value of stretching it out so they just can't possibly miss what they're talking about.
Outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone. Not
turn
once,
it
but
down.
twice. Correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos of
Way overselling
on
this.
the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right.
Notice how
Lunch and
Brennan
break.
Brennan let that all just happen. Like Brennan was not going to interrupt anything. He was going to be like, "No, go."
Yeah.
Like Brennan sees that, and when we talk about strategy, and sometimes there's a real benefit to interrupting the flow and objecting, even when not necessarily you're going to win all your objections, but it's just keeping that pattern from going. Look at how Brennan specifically chose to not object to any of that as Alan Jackson got his righteous indignation on, which is really something that's powerful for lawyers. When you get righteous indignation, people have to look and pay attention. It's super powerful. Brennan chose to allow that to unfold rather than jumping up and stopping it because he believes, and I think we just witnessed, that Alan Jackson was really going to put on the show. And he did. But was that the right location for that righteous indignation? You can view that as, wow, Alan Jackson's doing great beating up a liar. Man, that totally makes sense to me. But at the same time, it's Alan Jackson's beating up on a lady who showed up at a really traumatic thing about how she didn't care about other people enough. Like it's very interesting.
It could play the other way for sure.
Exactly. There's a criticism there of, all right, you're going to pick a fight at this Jen McCabe's response, whatever it is.
Right.
If someone connects with her response, it was like, wow, no, if I showed up and there was a guy and at 6 o'clock in the morning, I knew man, I'm not thinking about the owner of the house. Right in front of me is a body and EMT and all this stuff. Like, no, I didn't think
it did kind of look like he was beaten up. So shouldn't you, if you don't know? Now, what she said, well, Karen Reed was saying, I hit him, and there were taillight, which I didn't know about yet, but then I didn't know. So I wasn't concerned about anyone in the house. When she goes back to, well, I didn't know about this taillight. If she really didn't know and Karen wasn't saying I hit him and she thought that meant I actually physically with my vehicle hit him, I feel like she should have been concerned about could something, whatever transpired, have bled into the house.
Yeah, 100%. And really what you and I are talking about, that's the win for the defense.
Right.
If that conversation is happening in a jury room, hey, what did that mean? What does it matter? She didn't act right. That means that they're not talking about how the state's unified theory is correct.
Right.
It means they're
but
talking
at the
about
same
problems.
time, like you're saying, Alan could have done it slightly different so that it didn't risk some jurors feeling like he was picking on a person that was just helping.
Yep. And this is why people when everybody likes to get attached to these certain moments in a trial, there's hundreds of them. And there's hundreds of moments where a jury is going to hear something that may impact them in a meaningful way that's hard to predict. And the more bigger your cases, there's more opportunities.
Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. No. She did not say she saw taillight right then. She was just implying that she knew it. Although at the very end, she said, I didn't know yet that they had found taillight. So
and
no.
when she mentions that and is so specific about that's her helping the Commonwealth, and everybody there was like, oh, that's her helping the Commonwealth. And that, again, lands with the jury as Jen McCabe has a specific bias, a specific goal and destination she wants this case to go. That impacts her veracity. That it impacts the weight of whatever she's going to testify to.
Right. All right. So usually I don't know, people in the chat, you'll have to let me know if you want me to play some prior testimony from the first trial during the lunch break or just look at OnlyFan. But we'll probably come back in an hour. Josh, will you join us again?
Yeah, I'm going to try to come back. I've got like 2 motions that are kind of quick. Do you guys have the kids getting their student visas cancelled. I'm sure that's a national issue.
Yeah, it is a national issue. But
And
yeah.
I got one of those that's just absolutely tragic. I had 2 intakes for civil rights cases today, which both were absolutely horrible, and both of them ended with, "Yeah, you definitely have the makings for a civil rights case. Yeah, there's some really big immunities. Yeah, that's really awful. I'm not going to be able to handle that case, even though very clearly you were wronged by a government." But
Right.
the immunity, and that's what people don't understand about civil rights. You can have a horrific injury. You can have everything that makes a case drool worthy from my perspective. But if there's an immunity, am I going to spend $50, $100, $150,000? And the real problem, and I've talked with this forever, it's kind of my hill to die on. As long as the civil rights violation's small, nothing's ever going to happen ever. So if a cop walks up to you and literally just punches you in the face for no reason and has, just violates your civil rights, it's such a small injury. Like on your best day in front of a jury, what are you going to get? 20,000, 50,000, 75,000, 100,000? How much do you have to really get for the juice to be worth the squeeze, considering that to bring any civil rights case and be ready to go to trial, holy crap, you're spending money. Like, y'all understand, we're not talking 1,000 here, 1,000. No, we're talking $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 blocks of investment that we make based on what we're being told by our clients. And yeah, I get paid really well if we're right and all lines up well. And I get a big old chunk of that, 30 to 50%. But if we don't win, because
and you just out that money,
just out. And it sucks because you see these civil rights cases and you're like, man, there's a carve out of a certain size of civil right violation where literally officers go, no one's going to sue over that, so it's fine.
Right.
And it gets abused just like the harmless error standard. It gets abused. And by that constant abuse, it allows the system to violate your rights more and more. And eventually that carve out area gets bigger. And now we don't have any civil rights. So just one of them mornings. And then so yeah, I'm gonna aim to come back in an hour. This is what I'm gonna do. I get to play Bachelor all weekend.
All right.
So
Go
I'll
get
see you guys in an hour.
All right. See you then. All right, guys. What I'm going to do before we break for lunch is I'm just going to play back the last couple of questions here.
And make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold,
I'll let you guys watch this and then we'll just keep on only playing.
607 and 608, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls, 607 and 608, that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, lunch and break. Let's take 20, 25. Then you can follow up on my.
Jurors, please follow me.
Yeah, I understand this one.
And how long?
Oh,
Court is now open and may be seated.
All right, so counsel's 10 minutes late. As I was walking out here, was told that the Commonwealth needs to see me. Oh, hold on, Ms. Reed's not here.
What is happening, people? Big, heavy sighs. The lawyers aren't there and the Commonwealth needs to see her? What? What's happening? She wants Karen to sit there while the lawyers aren't there?
All right, so counsel wanted to see me here or at Sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was.
They want the judge to roll on some Karen clips coming in now.
Yeah.
Why he's saying now, like, aren't you going to be cross-examining her? They're not done with her yet.
And I just don't get some of the evidence handling with it. Like, really, you guys can handle so much of the evidentiary foundation stuff before this. I think there's something else.
Yeah. Let's see what they say.
Given that was in.
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15. There's an objection to them. All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not really objective argument, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that the extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 clips, 13 and 15.
All right. So the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
What?
If we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they
Okay. I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right. So I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right. Anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
This is why we can't have nice things, people.
Right?
You
So,
know?
Josh, I have a question. Do you remember the clip where Karen's saying she leaned over the counter and she said, I think he got hit by a car. I think it looks like he got hit by a car. That clip?
Yep.
There's no context in that clip. She doesn't say when it happened, where it happened. I don't understand how he was able to get that in. He's not going to be able to argue from that clip that that was something Karen said she said at John O'Keefe's house after they left the hospital.
Not without a bunch more foundation. And that's one of the things that a lot of this stuff, I don't like the way that the state and the defense plays this discovery game. And I think it has the possibility to hurt both sides. Like, it depends on how the jury goes. Who's being the bigger jerk? Who's being more obstructive?
who's being more difficult. And that's something that kind of fits into the overall, what do you believe about prosecuting and defense? If you believe the prosecution is supposed to be smooth and put together and have everything handled, and you hold them to this high standard, this is failing that. This is betraying that. At the same time, if you believe the state is kind of this hard scrabble, working hard, public servant, they don't have all the, then this really kind of fits in. And I can almost see Brennan leaning in a little bit on the, hey, we're the Commonwealth trying to do our job against these outrageously smart, successful, well-funded defense attorneys. Poor little us state, completely washing over the fact that the state has unlimited funds and can basically do whatever the hell they want.
Right.
The largest law firm in the state, period.
Right.
Like,
Period. But I get your point. Like if the thinking of some of the jurors might be, oh, well, that's a public entity, the Commonwealth, they're doing the very best they can with, not really realizing, no, they are the one with all the resources.
With all the resources. And you get into that, it doesn't have to deal with the facts as much as emotion. And trial is super ridiculous emotional. You can beat bad facts, bad law, good facts, and good law with the right emotion. And if jurors feel something, and they will vote in all kinds of crazy ways. And that includes whether the defense is beating up unfairly or the state is beating up unfairly on any particular target.
Right. And I know yesterday from what the chat's saying, and I think they got some of this came from Twitter X, that Paul O'Keefe had to move his chair because jurors were complaining at the way he was looking at Karen. That's very good for Karen.
Yeah. Oh, I wish I could get even more info on that, because I saw it when it was kind of filtering out, and there was clearly a bunch of people threw out a lot of speculation.
Right.
And some people concluded the speculation was true. I still don't know exactly what got said. I don't think and it's been really accurately reported. Other than that, that move of O'Keefe's brother was clearly noticed by everyone. Judge Canone was pissed about whatever it was. And I tend to think that the judge was protecting the rights of the accused in that situation. And it had to do with stuff that the O'Keefe family and Commonwealth supporters were mean mugging or something like that. Now the question is, who raised it? Was it a juror? Imagine a juror writing, hey, judge, quick thing. There's a guy in the audience who's creeping us all out.
Right. Who's giving, or that's giving evil looks to the defendant.
Yeah.
Like, when does a juror ever care about that?
Yeah, that is a crazy dynamic to think about right there.
Right. Oh, back to Sidebar.
Someone sat down wrong, and they
Wait, why are we going to OnlyFans again?
Man, someone really missed a marketing opportunity. This fan brought to you by the fine people at Delta. When you are ready to fly the friendly skies to Canton, remember Delta.
Right.
What would be the best ads for inside courtrooms? Like, seriously.
That one might not be bad. You're talking about a fan, it's flying, it's
I kind of dig it. Like, I think that we should have the ads in the man. If politicians can be sponsored by people, I should be able to, when I give a judge money, be able to put my logo somewhere in their courtroom. That would make fundraising that much better. And if I could go into every courtroom and point at my son and go, no, this is one of my courts, that'd be awesome. We just gave more money to a very friendly judge that I've known long before he was a judge, and I'll know him after. But it's just so wacky how all that goes. Like, y'all got to understand, it's literally the person who approves or denies my requests on behalf of my clients who pay me asks me for money.
Right.
Regularly.
It's
like, really?
Right.
All right, Judge.
All right.
Come on, let's get this going.
All right.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, look at her face.
And she and
Good
Karen
afternoon,
could be
Mr. McCabe.
cousins.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay.
Wow.
When
It was
I
cold and
arrived at
crappy.
Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Which one?
Yes.
Jerk off.
But obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ooh.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars. Do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall now.
So a lot less sound to wake up those people in the house and have them and the dog running out.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened.
That guy?
All I wanted to do was to get help for John and as fast as I could.
You
That
saw
one
on the
guy.
dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Brennan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them? Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brennan.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes,
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one. Yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you with the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Hold on, Allie. We can't hear you. Your sound's off.
Objection. What in the actual fuck? I've never understood why they let these people talk about heartbeats. I don't know how or why anyone is letting Brennan get into evidence without some expert on heart rates when they're steady, heart rates of Jennifer McCabe, blah, blah, blah.
I gotta stand up for it though. There is some basic, just observational, factual stuff that is kind of commonplace now. It's not like she's offering an expert opinion. Answering what's going on in the chat, there are a number of different objectionable reasons for each of the questions Brennan is asking. There have been compound issues. 80% of these are leading, which he is not supposed to be leading his own witness. It's supposed to be asking questions and allowing her to answer without putting the proposed answer directly in her mouth, which is what Brennan has been doing. The problem is when it gets to these kind of, I don't want to call them stylistic, but really that's what it is, objections, none of them are reversible. None of them are going to change at the appellate level how the court treats this case. It really is the finesse of having whatever is said, that impact on the hearer, that is the jury. And balancing that's hard because not one individual objection changes this case.
So you think that it's fine because there's some very basic concepts about heart rates that we all know to get in heart rate evidence without any sort of...
As long as it is just generic layperson, commonly allowed, knowledgeable kind of thing. Like, hey, you've got a sport watch. Yes. Does that have a heart rate monitor? Yes. Did you know if your heart rate monitor was turned on? Yep. Like stuff like that's fine. Now, when you get into the specifics, then yes, you need a tremendous amount of additional foundation.
All right, but he seems like he thinks he's going to be allowed to use her heart rate on her Apple Watch as indicating something without...
That's what he's totally leading to. This is foreshadowing. This is, hey, later on, we're going to bring up, we already know we're talking about Apple Watches. We're going to bring up hers, add her to the pool of people with Apple Watches. And depending on how much you believe this heart rate, geosync testimony, what happens if you've got a conflict between one person's readout and another person's readout? There's compare and contrast. This is how you insert reasonable doubt, because guess what? Not all those things work the same way at the same time and are interpreted the same way. That's why I don't like the mapping and the geolocating, because I can be on Google Maps and Waze at the exact same time in the exact same place and get different readings. And that's important for a jury to really understand. I don't like stylistically the rapid objections to upset the patter if there's not something you're really gaining from that. And I see Brennan basically just buttering up the toast for future issues that will come up in this trial, such as her watch.
Objection. Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, Is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
And do you believe that or not? Because that
You were asked questions about
hook
the
to
next
hang
day
that
when
on.
you
If you believe
visited-
227, there's your case.
Right.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by.
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
Yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
I like that, Charlotte.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
Yes.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
Okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house?
Yes.
No, your house.
And you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
if you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
The accidental text on purpose.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 12:18 call?
No, he didn't.
Looked at the jury. Like, come on.
The next
Like,
morning after you heard from the
it's
defendant?
out of a bad
I did,
acting
yes.
class.
What?
Remember when you say something really
Why were
important
you reaching out
to look directly at the jury?
Right.
Like, and we've all prepped witnesses. There's these very standard things. Hey, try to really make a connection with her. But it does make me laugh to see it so obvious.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so Alan Jackson just objected, asked to approach, and the judge said, no, can't approach.
Nope. Done.
What?
Next question, Mr. Wood.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
Wait, we're talking about butt dials, not later in the day.
And listen, I've had an iPhone for way over a decade. Have I had butt dials? Less than 3 or 4 or 5. If I get anything,
You were asked
it's the
about your state of
accidental
mind
recording.
over the next couple.
But butt dials, I don't buy the constant.
No, they can't happen multiple times. You have to end one call to start another butt dial.
And man, I live on the damn iPhone. Like, it is attached at the hip. And it's not just that. I get thousands of calls. They're not butt dials.
Right.
Like, I'll get the occasional, but I'm talking less than 5 or 10 a year.
My dad tends to see, I'm A. So I get, if someone's butt dialing, I tend to be the one that they're butt dialing. So my dad butt dials me a lot, but I've got to answer.
Yes.
And then hang up on him before it can happen again. And that's like it.
And I just don't believe the butt dial excuses is easy. I'd be much more willing to buy I emailed everybody by accident because, I'm a J. So
Right.
there's another J or another. The butt dialing, I think that flew the coop.
And butt answering.
Yeah,
dialing and butt answering.
And butt answering.
Sex
You've got
answering.
A lot going on right here. And I just like, it seems like one of those, I don't want to just call it a lie, but it seems like one of those explanations that just fits.
It's a lie.
That makes sense.
I don't want to call it a lie, but I'm going to go
people
with
by
a
that.
lie.
I just does not pass the sniff test.
Right.
Couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the mind over the next. You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
All right, this has to be really brief.
Approaching again. Approachal.
What is this? Oh, and people are really walking around. What? Look at that.
She's like, this has to be fast. It's not happening fast.
No. And everybody knows that lawyers
And
estimate
remember,
time
I
as
told.
full.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear.
Sorry, go ahead, Josh.
No, everybody knows time estimations in court are just fakakta. Like,
Right.
they're all a lie. It's like getting an estimate for a home improvement.
Right.
Add a lot. But at the same time, judge got to look at this and be like, you are not finishing this person in an hour. We all know how you are.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember,
right.
what you're about to hear.
Hit put. This is, and I screamed at, these just garbage. Just garbage. Like, did you understand what she's telling people?
No.
Imagine if you are a juror that you've been brought in and forced to do this. You're on this great stage and spotlight, and this judge, authority figure, is telling you how to listen and remember and how not to listen and remember. Listen, I stand up, take off my pants. Everybody's going to remember it, no matter how many times Allie's like, don't remember Josh taking off his pants. You all saw it. You all saw it. And then this judge is going to forget that Schiffer took his pants off. That is the equivalency of what a judge asks jurors to do all the time. Hey, I know what that person just said, totally wrong. Totally inadmissible. We all know it's inadmissible. They knew it was inadmissible, but when they asked it, but we're just going to ask you to segregate that out and put it away. Can you guys do it? No, you can't. No, you can't. It's so frustrating because it rewards people violating, knowingly, willingly planned, violating the rules in order to gain an advantage. And how honest and professional are you going to be? And what's the judge going to let you? It is such an infuriating part of practicing law. Rant done.
All right. Agreed. Love it.
You're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message.
You can't teach law
Go ahead, Mr.
students
Brennan.
that shit for weeks. Like,
Right.
literally, go to law school, learn hearsay, learn evidence, and you'll be like, wow, these people all scored above a 150 on the LSAT and are in year 2 of law school and hate themselves. It's hard for them to understand that impact on listener.
Right.
How the hell do you expect 12 people that were, the old joke, too dumb to get out of jury service to understand impact on listener not being offered for the truth of the matter?
Yeah. They do them very formulaic, and it doesn't at the end of the day, basically, I'm pretty sure what the jurors hear is wah, like the old.
And that's the other thing you totally hit. And I'm a reasonably smart, successful person. I can't listen to this stuff for hours and hours. You start reading jury instructions, oh my God, I'll pass out right there. It's the worst.
Right.
All right, another rant over.
Okay.
The coffee for the witness.
Yes.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making. Correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
I'm sorry to pause right here, but I just was remembering he didn't ask on cross. They didn't ask any questions about any of that stuff that Aiden Carney's lawyer put into the motion about her buying a bed for or a sofa for somebody.
Sectional.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. All right. Sorry.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
Thank you, Miss Legs.
I'm sorry. Where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's Joan O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
You do not want to
At
accept
number
this woman's
17,
catering order.
phone call, please answer.
You don't want to do what?
Accept this woman's catering order. I believe that she is got to be something when it comes to some customer service.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, she's just a laid back along for the ride kind of gal.
Just like any regular mom.
Right.
Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Wasn't it 127? Was that either AM or PM, but way after
Number 48,
anything?
129-22 at 8:40.
Yeah. No,
Like, I'd love to see this written out. And it's, again, one of the problems with evidence. They don't have a big blow up that everybody's following along because of the way that the evidence is being handled. And I think this is unintentionally or intentionally very confusing for jurors to listen to.
Yeah.
44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160. This is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Brennan.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
We need to approach now.
Come to Sidebar.
And really, does it harm the defense case that she was upset? No, man. At some point, choose the battles.
Right. All right, let's hear this little exchange again.
We need to approach on this particular text.
Come to Sidebar.
I just want to pull up Curious Liz's comment. Thank you, Curious Liz, for your generosity. Now, this was going back to when, right at Alan Jackson's final questions of the cross. There's 3 people there. One of you can pound on the door for help while the others do CPR. That was a good point. All right, let's see. We got some bloop boopling. So, oh boy. Okay.
This number's, I won't read it, but this number on top, whose number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote?
Yes,
Is
it is.
this
To Carrie?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
She's got to pull up that shirt that she won't button up because it'll cover her cross.
I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you, 129:22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129:22 from you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more.
But, the defense isn't alleging that Carrie Roberts knows anything about what really went down that day. So why in the hell are all these oh so sad, we are shocked texts between her and Carrie Roberts specifically relevant as opposed to the other people inside the house?
Yeah, I'm waiting for this to circle around and make a point.
I think he's just using it to show this is a person who is genuinely sad or something. But yeah, we'll see.
It may be. I don't think that's very effective if that was the intent.
And nor relevant, not with her.
Yeah, no, not with her at all.
Right.
72. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129:22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 129:22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 129:22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Is this not like bolstering or
Cumulative,
It's
unnecessary,
like, yeah.
can be summarized. What?
I don't know what's going on. All right, let's go.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind?
Relevance.
Right.
Did you read the newspaper this morning?
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129:22, 342:06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Hearsay. What is all this hearsay?
And someone needs to impeach her on. So, have you ever had any diseases like pneumonia? Because if you've ever had pneumonia, you want to die.
Right.
Like, I love hyperbole. I am a master of horrific word usage.
It seemed Alan Jackson was relegated to refreshing her recollection, and if the paper didn't refresh her recollection, he couldn't get
anywhere.
That's probably
Anywhere.
why Brennan conceded and let him get it all in, so that because he was about to do the same.
Yeah.
Number 210, 43340, 12922.
Walked you into that, Alan.
You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that
What?
awful feeling in my gut.
Object.
I am about.
I'll allow it.
Wow.
Sent by this witness allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that.
Wait a minute. Is that a new hearsay exception? It was
And
said by
what?
this witness.
Why is he reading all like?
Wait. Since when is an exception to hearsay that she's the one that said it?
Yeah.
She still said it out of court.
I
It's going to her state of mind.
and admit, if I'm the defense and I know how I'm gonna kind of get cooked with all this, there's a real strategy to just let him. Doesn't matter. None of this matters.
Right,
Get
none
it
of it
done. Get
matters,
it just
none of it-
done.
right.
None of this matters.
Right.
Sit down. Shut up. Make this 5 minutes instead of 25 minutes.
Yep.
Awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke, besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Kitty doesn't like it.
213. This is on
None of this
438,
matters.
20.
Yes.
Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond. 129, 22, 440, 38. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 440, 38 at 129, 22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I know you didn't like that. You didn't like that at all.
I'm going to move to 129.22, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Different modules.
What?
Chemist 2
What?
was a bench level
what?
analyst, someone who had completed training or had.
Whose number is that?
That is 9.
Text time, the one I just read to you, was at 7:54:38. If you turn to 296, did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
All right. Let me go back to the
38.
last one.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. If you turn to 296, 129.22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure.
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
Now these are important. For her sister, they're supposed to be in on this thing together.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129.22 at 8:01 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
Oh, we heard that one.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, yeah, the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mandy.
Can you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022. And this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy and she was,
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1:18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more.
Well, she did a sigh. Not audible, but that was definitely a sigh.
Look at Judge. She's just done.
In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Makes no
Your
sense.
Honor,
but
subject to
I'll allow it.
redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that later. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
We're going to testify to it, read it,
And
go
then
all
object.
through it. Not going to show it to anybody so that everybody's thoroughly confused. Can't tell head from tails.
Mr.
We will
McCabe,
deal with
couple
that
of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Yeah, they're Mars lights.
Flashing
We
red
all
and blue
saw 'em.
lights or blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There's an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines
A
and internal
cacophony.
combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first
I'm gonna argue
vehicle
about
pulled
what
up kind of
right
right just on
outside
the
means.
right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview.
I did.
But there were
we saw
vehicles.
It. I don't
There was Miss
understand.
Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think
it
I
was
remember
back a
from
little
seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's
It
cruiser,
is on that video.
Yes.
and Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Gary Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well,
Yes,
all facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents.
I
who
thought
not
they were
connected
salesmen.
To Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told. And as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said, I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel. Yes.
That's weird.
Oh, now they got in that she asked for counsel.
The text messages.
That was an unforster right there. That
You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them. Yes.
it's just a chat. Don't call private.
You read some
Don't call
text messages
private.
to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
Is she a Hatfield or
You
a
even
McCoy?
read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
You
She
mentioned
can
it.
answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes,
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
they're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
That friend
These are all people
wasn't in the house.
outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, could have asked that in 3 questions rather than 20. And really, if you wanted to be a better Jen McCabe witness, every time he said Albert or something, she should just say, "That's my brother-in-law. That's my sid," like whatever the relationship
You are
is.
all set. Thank you very much.
All right.
Well, that was it. That was it. That's the end on a whimper. You don't even get a good zinger. Oh my God, there are people crying. The rumor was that Karen Reed's dad was all pissed off about how Alan Jackson was going to force Jen McCabe to her knees, and it was all. But I have no clue whether that's true or not. I prefer leaving on a strong note, even if that means leaving issues out there on the floor. Like, it's the emotional impact of walking away with a strong emphasis on whatever the last thing, because you drilled that last thing into their brain.
Right.
That was a whimper, not a shout.
Well, we're about to get the controversial. I know I said I hit him, but did I say it? How many times law enforcement said I said? I wonder if he plays the whole thing because she makes it clear she didn't say it. It's a very confusing, but here we go. Let's see.
Yeah, and if you're calling my office, I'm sorry. I'm not available right now.
I'd ask you to just wait.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids.
Oh, maybe
lived
not.
Very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on before you play it again.
Well, you playing it twice? What's going on here?
What is this? Where's the context?
It's just Karen saying, well, they're going to play it again.
We played that one.
All right, we're going to go to New Year's Eve, 1987.
12A, please.
Oh, it's these.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
But you're not tying those two clips together. So I just don't know how they're letting her do this.
And I love him using these because it's the best stuff to come out. Don't get me wrong. From a defense perspective, I would have objected so many times to the 3-camera angle. You only need 1 camera angle. I think that goes either way. But I say he plays these as much as possible with the risk of don't overplay these, because if these clips become your entire case, then you sure as hell don't have beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. But she says, Ashley, I don't know. Let's just see.
They're not good. Like, they're good. They're not conviction worthy.
Right.
They really help in managing the case when used well.
Right.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front 2 seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what
so bad.
What is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
How
Holy
these
fuck.
bits were. Here's the thing. At least Jackson and Yannetti, I can be like, sorry, yeah, no, we did really well. You sat down for those they are the worst for the defense case. Like,
She said exactly what Brennan wanted her to say. I was looking for him on the side of the road. I was expecting to find him there on the side of the road. I was scared of what I was about to see because I knew I'd find him there on the side of the road.
And the adjective, he's like a buffalo with listen, let's go with something a little bit warmer and fuzzier than buffalo. Like, man, you got to work on your analogies, because that one made me want to, subsistence hunt and build a teepee. It did not make me engender to save someone. Like, she's talking about him like he's roadkill, and I hate that.
Right.
Like,
and people are like, you know what? No big deal. But all right. But we're pointing out to you as lawyers the part of this that we do see as a negative, because there are some negatives. And to Josh's point, choose a different freaking adjective. A buffalo. It does make you think of roadkill on the side.
Everything that we can slow down, it increases the scrutiny. And scrutiny is where you can insert everything. You can look at the sky is blue deeply enough, and Allie and I can argue about the sky is blue and just talk about it for an hour. After an hour, somebody's going to be like, man, I really thought it was blue, and I'd lived my whole life with it was blue. But suddenly, this new cognitive dissonance thing has taken effect, and it now exists. And you can birth reasonable doubt or questions just by talking about something that much. And very effective as the defense. But Karen, you are going to go down as, this is why you never let your client go do any, just really never, just never. Like, no.
And to Belle's point, yes, I get it. It was like a buffalo on the plane. It was like he stood out. That's not lost on Josh or I. We're just saying, are these death knolls? Maybe not, but they're not helpful. They're sure as fuck not helpful.
Exactly. They're totally supporting. If you want to believe that Karen is a heartless, run him over, make stuff up, it's that kind of phraseology and comfort level that corroborates to some degree. I'm not saying it proves jack shit. It doesn't. But if you're already in the she killed him, You listen to that and go, yeah, it's kind of what someone who wasn't super emotional anymore would say. And it just slays me to see her unforced error hand that to a prosecuting agency, even though if she does lose, that's gonna be why.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but saying I understand why people are saying, well, at this point, we know that she, was expecting him to be there, but that's exactly their whole point. That's what they wanted to show. That she obviously they wanted to show she was expecting to see because she knew damn well what she was about to see. But
yes,
it's just not helpful.
And buffalo are amazingly cute. However, when it gets to large animals, go get near a buffalo. Go to Wyoming. Everybody in America should be forced to go to Wyoming and have their phone stolen and left on the side of a road for 24 hours. It should be part of the American experience. You should see a bear, a buffalo, and a moose within 100 yards and not be able to get away. It's mandatory instruction for all of humanity.
Right.
Buffaloes are gigantic. And if you were trying to go hunt one or run away from one, God bless you. Like that, they're terrifying.
And finally, clip 17, please.
I got my Western shooting pistol right here. Hey, look, it's a Bob.
What's up?
Right when I get a gun, Bob gets on.
What's up? I can always smell hot metal.
You didn't even say hello to me first.
I just dipped in. You told me hurry home.
To give me a kiss first.
That Josh guy, he's irresistible, Bob. Bob, tell us about your personal experience with buffaloes.
Very limited. Very limited.
Just the gambling machine, the buffalo, the slot machine, or do you have any personal one-on-one buffalo memories?
I have some vague buffalo memories because I spent some time as a youth living out in both Colorado and Montana,
where there are plenty of buffalo.
Where there were plenty of buffalo. So that was where I got to see them live. They always were majestic, magnificent beasts in my mind.
All right.
Now you will never go to Buffalo, New York, because that's actually not in America, though, because Buffalo is fully not in America.
I mean, it's pretty much Canada. It's pretty much Canada.
It's north of Canada.
Yeah.
There are far warmer spots in Canada than Buffalo.
It is bone chilling. It is a bone chilling area.
Babe, I rewound this clip for you. We've already gone on a rant about it, but I'll let you watch it here. Give you your time.
Ford Explorer, and I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat, and I describe this to everyone. So you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
I mean, look.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Here's the bottom line. Like these, any lawyer is going to tell you that these interviews were a catastrophic misstep by the defense to allow her to talk this many times, period. I mean, the problem is that your own words are often the most dangerous thing to you in a criminal case. What this is doing, and Alice and I think are in lockstep on this. I think she is getting pushed to where she has no choice but to do the absolute worst thing that you want to have your defendant do, which is she's going to have to get up there and testify.
I get it. I totally get it. And there's a lot of reasons why she gets flayed if any of my expectations about Brennan are right. Like, you can love him, you can hate him.
Right.
Guys
These
practice
lawyers
law
have to
long
be
enough.
smart enough not to allow it.
A guy is not some
Josh,
Idiot.
I said it 100%. Like Brennan is a very skilled trial attorney. He can bug the shit out of you all you want. The fact of the matter is the man is a hell of a trial lawyer.
Yeah.
He's showing it. I mean, the difference between this trial and the way he alone has decided to try this case in stark contrast to the way Lally tried it the first time.
Oh, God,
all you need to know is all you.
All right,
need
well,
to
there's
know.
one more, and then we'll get your.
And Allie, actually,
how did it
back
go
up.
with McCabe? I couldn't hear anything because the whole thing was loud.
Back up. Definitely get the last couple of words she says in that last clip, and they're not great.
It's like they're bad. They're
it's
really,
like
really
she's
bad.
it's the what happened to him. Okay, girl, you just talked about what happened to him.
Right, I was thinking that.
Was he hit by a car, or was he beaten to death by some people inside that house?
Right.
Because that's the dual choice.
I mean,
all right, let's listen to the last one.
Let me finish my statement. I think that can easily be explained.
Yes,
is a woman's intuition. I've gone through everything. That this is a guy who's got 2 kids in his care. That I don't give a fuck how drunk he was the night prior. There's no way he hasn't hit me back up at this point unless something catastrophic
has gone fucking
explainable
insane.
For all those reasons, but still.
But the only way you could do it is with her on the stand, which Josh, I get it, man. It's like
or closing arguments, because they did get that in that's
not as compelling.
And I get the fact that the jury, if anything, needs a hook to hang their hat by hearing from her, because they're doing it right. The jury has heard from her a whole bunch.
Right.
They've heard lots of words from her. They're just not a single word she wanted them to actually hear. And guess what, Karen? That was your choice.
That was her choice.
Dumb.
Look,
It was
Josh,
dumb.
Not one interview should have been had without one of her attorneys sitting either right next to her or in the wings.
Or had period.
Belichick brought a girlfriend at least. Come on now. Like, you can't just hang this lady out in front of professional press and not expect bad stuff to flow from it.
While she's getting ready for court in the mornings. I mean, the shit that they allowed was crazy. It was crazy.
Wait, I thought there was one more. What happened here?
All right, hold that, please.
Oh, hold it, please. Okay. Sidebar.
Who ordered the calamari? We're gonna need to split that.
Oh, so they didn't play it.
So, give me the Cliff's notes of the culmination of the cross and the recross. How'd it go?
I'll say that I was expecting more from the defense. That I believe a lot of people's criticism is going to be, "Whoa, I thought you were really going to hang her out to dry, and you didn't." Jen McCabe stood up. Yeah, is she over-prepared and clearly manipulating and obstructing every answer? Yeah, there wasn't a doubt about that. Did they get lots of great stuff? No. They proved that she's really biased. I think that the defense did a good job in showing that Jen McCabe's really going to say whatever the Commonwealth wants her to say and is going to push back on anything the defense says. So as a fact witness, probably not the deepest value, but I know a lot of people were demanding in their heart for her to be drug out in the street. And that certainly did not happen.
Here's the only saving grace to that, the flip side to it. Look, I'm not delusional enough to think that this jury, who is from this very small bedroom community, has not been inundated with this case. You cannot escape it when you're in that town. I don't give a shit what you do.
Oh, you can't escape it anywhere in New England. It is everywhere.
So do they have the knowledge base of the case that we do? Probably not. So like, that's your best hope if you're the defense. Like us watching it, having watched every minute of the first trial and analyzed it and talked about it ad nauseum, we have a different understanding of Jen McCabe. We have a different understanding of how her testimony went the first time than the jury does. So, you know, it's hard to know where that's going to land with this jury in terms of how much that's going to affect their view of her and her credibility in terms of whether they're going to find her to be, he came at her hard, she stood up to the task, she had some inconsistencies, she lied to the feds. You know, I mean, there's a little smoke there. I mean, that's why I was saying yesterday, to me, and I've been screaming for this for a year and a half, they need to step back from the whole inside the house conspiracy and focus on the goddamn.
Well, too late for that.
Agreed, and too late for that.
I know.
I think that was a bone decision from the start, was to tie yourself, because by tie themselves to that theory, you've excluded lots of other stuff, and I don't like that as being the answer. It's a competing theory. You don't have to make it the only competing theory.
Hey, babe, pull up the stream, the Boston stream, right to this witness's testimony, and I'll let you take over the feed. She's at.
What do you, Boston 10?
Yeah, it's about like 33 minutes from the end, but it's just when she starts. So.
Okay. All right, hold on. You can fire it up while I'm pulling it up, and then I'll see where we're at.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Lally.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
The ME?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
Just like Beyonce.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the George
Bloop.
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a forensic scientist 4 in the toxicology unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a chemist 1 in the drug identification or narcotics unit.
That's a fun job. You get to do all the drugs.
After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the toxicology unit, so I applied for that available position.
All right,
and been in the toxicology.
Well, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a chemist 1 and a chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the chemist series. A chemist 1 was an entry level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And you should be able to
what is,
volunteer them
sort of
on
the difference
whether they've
between a
done
chemist
the
2 and a
drugs. You should be able to ask them, because guess what? That you don't get to really know about their personal relationship. I think that's super relevant, and not enough people go, well, have you ever done any of these drugs? So how do you know? I think that's pretty reasonable.
Pretty reasonable. Babe, you ready?
Yeah, where are you at? What spot are you at? What number? Negative what?
35, 34, 37. No. 32.
32?
Yeah, 3240.
Okay. Okay. I'm right there. I'll put up. Okay. All right.
Accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an
And I'll see you guys.
17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual, and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Alcohol functioning that
affect the human body.
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range.
Drugs are bad. Drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. Don't do alcohol.
For the different types of work
Drugs are bad. Okay.
amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation.
During your years at the lab.
So you've spent your
I've
entire life
prepared over
all
100
in
serum
drugs,
conversion
right?
reports
Drugs, everything,
since I was
everything you
authorized
do
in
is
2008.
drugs?
And how
All
many
drugs,
Could
all
never
day,
tried
every
a
night?
drug.
Just constant drugs.
All the
All right.
drugs, but I've never tried a drug in my entire
All
life.
now, you're not a drug dealer, right? You're not a drug maker, and you don't take drugs. You just know everything about them and have dedicated your life to drugs, right?
Except
but
to know
you've
what they
never
feel
done
like.
it. Yeah,
Right.
you never done them.
I have
But
no
you've
idea what it
dedicated.
feels like.
Yeah, you've spent your entire career as an adult knowing about drugs, but you don't do them, and you never have. Okay, cool. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
get somebody who's like, yeah, dude, that was the '90s, and it was awesome. It was
I did
fantastic.
not inhale.
Yeah.
I never want a cigarette.
Great analyses
Total-
have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with the serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with the request.
Yeah, but lying. I can understand why they go into that.
Yes.
I have no idea why a woman would
Recognize that
ever
document.
go to a male gynecologist.
It's shocking to like
unbelievable. Why would any woman ever
Ever.
go to a male
Yes.
gynecologist?
Yes, sure.
But exactly. In male
Your
male
attention to a
doctors should not be
portion of those records.
investigating that particular topic or body part.
52nd page of those records.
Bob will tell you all about the erectile dysfunction.
Yes, the
doctors.
flag
Gotta be
page
a
is
man.
consistent with
All
the
day.
portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the
There's
way
a
that the
chart.
calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams percent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors,
Boring.
0.19.
No,
For
but
those
actually,
that have
you
ingested
started
ethanol,
skipping where she was
they
like,
collect samples
then
from
we
them
add in
and test
the
their whole
crazy
blood and test their
conversion
serum
factor,
alcohol
which
concentrations,
completely throws
and
off
then
everything.
compare
it's
them and see what the
13 and
ratio is between them.
19%, and it's
The
garbage.
current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%,
There you go.
those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Yeah,
And
and
that 13
basically
and
they
19%,
take
how
one
long have
number
those
and then
conversion
they
factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we
Oh, so
adjusted
just a
the
year?
serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations
and what were the
in
conversion
September
factors
of
before?
2024.
Yeah. So what were the conversion
Now,
factors
does the
before?
change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Benefit?
I'll allow it.
Benefit?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they
People who are
presented in a
accused of
range?
crime.
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol
People are
concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between.
These
that low
are
and that
for
high value.
blood draws, not breath. Just everybody. This is not urine. This is not blood. This is not urine. This is not breath. This is blood draw. And that is a very specific, argued about forever. You can get two experts and pay them each $100,000, and they will completely contradict themselves as to why their science is better than the other guy's science. This is hard fought stuff. A breath exam would come in through arguably an Intoxilizer 9000 or other scientific device that's generally at the station. There's a whole nother set of questions you use to try to pick that apart. In this, they're not arguing about how the sample was collected. They're arguing about how the sample was measured. Whereas in a lot of breath alcohol, the argument is about the collection process.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again,
Which
Ms. Knowles,
is,
that's at the time
which
that the
is
blood
the
is drawn.
difference between DUI and not DUI, because the national DUI standard is 0.08. So
Right.
what she basically just said is, if I've got a vial of your blood, the way we test it has this brackets of a multiplier that we use the numbers between 13 and 19. And if you have a blood vial and we apply that 13 to 19, in this case, it came back at 0.07, whatever it was, 826, 78, which is below 0.08. It is not a per se or 0.092. That is a substantial difference. That is substantial. You should have the two tests be pretty close for accuracy.
And where this is going to get sticky is they're going to try to extrapolate the number to move backwards in time to see where she was.
Yep.
At 12.
Because you get a rising BAC and a declining BAC depending on your liver function, and you want to talk about getting lost in the woods. We could talk about whether you had cornbread for dinner or whether you had protein.
100%.
You can get into stuff and of issues that have been overly litigated, that
100%.
whether you're drunk or not, more money has been spent on that in criminal justice. You're talking about every DUI lawyer in the nation.
Yep.
A lot more DUI lawyers than murder lawyers.
Way more.
Approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers, where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol, and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to
darts.
The range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination.
People have argued that forever. And she just dropped, oh no, it's all different for people. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many knockdown, drag out fights there have been over how the body eliminates alcohol? There are people rotting in prison because some scientist, expert witness testified, the body eliminates alcohol at this very specific fixed rate, and it can't be above or below that. So that proves that 2 hours after having this cocktail, their blood alcohol content had to be a minimum of this, that, and that. And here's this lady literally just dropping, it happens at all kinds of different speeds.
Listen, Bob Alessi's going to go at her hard.
Good.
Yeah.
In large groups of people. We know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we
Yeah.
That's it. She was like, listen, we didn't want to make it appear that our errors are just indefensible. So we add in a little buffer on one side, just so that when we're questioned about whether it's accurate, we go like, no. We put our thumb on the scale. That is literally what she did. Like she just said that.
We got the buffer.
From these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate.
Yeah.
So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations.
And the phase of the moon, because if it is a waxing moon and it's tequila, then you've got a rising agave worm ratio. Whereas if it is a waning moon and you are drinking whiskey, you get the Scottish beneficial fried dough. Literally, I just throw 2 hours in there.
Hey, I want you just to remember this. Doers spelled backwards is screwed.
It's screwed.
Now, what categories of information do you need?
I was so good at drinking. I went pro in 2008 and had to leave it all for y'all. I know more about drinking than all of y'all.
Yeah, me too. Mine was a little later. I gave it up for Lent.
I was a pro.
I was a professional brown liquor drinker.
Former retrograde analysis.
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. we need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.3 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol,
leprechauns,
their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration, and then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes. 0.14 to 0.28. Bob?
It's massive.
Yeah. All right. That is a phenomenal range.
Massive.
Like
for a gal that's rail
indescribably
thin,
phenomenal range.
for somebody rail thin who has MS like Karen Reed, I mean
Crohn's,
night and day.
Like, you guys gotta understand, 0.28 is when the prosecutors are like, oh, we're not just gonna win. We get into the aggravating. You're not just a little bit drunk, man. You're 0.28.
Yeah.
Like they'll love to say that's more than 3 times the legal limit, and they'll say that 8,700 times in trial. And you gotta understand, 0.14, man, you're feeling it. 0.28. There is unmissable physical manifestations unless you are a hardcore longtime drunk, which is what I think they're probably getting at. Is they're going to try to do she's such a heavy drinker, she's okay at a 0.2.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, in Illinois, if you're less than 2 times over the legal limit, which is obviously 0.016, they will give you what they call supervision here. Supervision is where they're saying, all right, you're going to plead guilty. We're going to stay the conviction. You have various shit that you have to do. You got to do a victim impact. You got to go get your drug and alcohol evaluation, do all your aftercare shit, pay your fines. And if you come back in 12 months and you've done all that, we're dismissing the case. If you come in at 0.248 or 268, whatever the hell it is, there is not a shot in hell that you're getting any kind of supervision offer. And even on your first, they're probably looking to put Scram on you, which is the bracelet that measures whether or not you're taking any alcohol consumption.
It's the real-time alcohol bracelet. Yeah.
It's night and day, man. It's night and day.
In Georgia, our DUIs, like everywhere else, starts at 0.08, but it's a DUI. Doesn't matter if you're 0.08, doesn't matter if you're 0.4. But your BAC is how the prosecutor gets to rely on their own personal policies out of their office, where, yeah, man, you're 0.08 to 0.12, man, it's pretty low. You could talk them into a reduction from DUI to reckless driving pretty easy. Gets a little bit harder. You get over 0.2, they start to get real confident in their ability to bang on the podium. You get above 0.25, 0.3, they are screaming mad, and they have all the freedom to be like, this person is dangerous walking around.
For real,
they will beat you over the head with it.
I mean, if you're operating a motor vehicle at 0.248, I mean, there is a high likelihood that you could have killed somebody. You just can't. Like, pre-Uber, I probably drove drunk way too many times to count, just because I didn't want to leave my car.
My truck knew how to drive its way home from my bar when I was a degenerate alcoholic who couldn't quit drinking. And you guys, I gotta say, when we talk about how there is nothing that happens good after 11 o'clock at night, look at the numbers of impaired drivers. There are estimates that in urban areas, it is literally 70, 80% of the cars that get pulled over have a impaired driver. And it's why we get into pretextual stops in the fishing expeditions. Because if you're a cop, it doesn't matter who you pull over after 11 o'clock at night. Odds are you're going to be able to run them through a DUI.
100%. There's 3 exceptions to that, and it's New Year's Day, when people are still intoxicated from the night before, Super Bowl Sunday, and St. Patty's Day. Those 3 days.
And those morning after DUIs suck. I've had several of them, including the saddest vehicular homicide I ever had was a dad woke up the adult male child to drive the younger brother to school. An adult male child hadn't sobered up by Saturday morning and had a 1-car accident where the 14-year-old brother died. And then they did the blood test, and it was clearly over, but you got a one vehicle vehicle accident with a dead 14-year-old and the older brother driving, testing way above. It was awful.
Brutal. Just brutal.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you.
At this
Yannetti.
point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
Ooh,
Okay.
spicy.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures?
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab?
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
All right, Ms. Yannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame.
And I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay. Ms. Rose, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down, Ms. Gianetti. I think everybody appreciates it. So- All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any
Everybody
independent
should work
research or
really
investigation
hard.
into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week. And I will see counsel at Sidebar.
She's gonna tell him to work really hard this weekend.
Yep.
Hey,
Hey, really want you to start doing this stuff this weekend. I mean, it's like the YSL. It's all these long form trials. The judges solicit time estimates and what the plan looks like. The lawyers have not put in enough plan because it's impossible to plan some of this stuff. It just
you can't.
is.
I mean, you can't, dude.
Yeah, it just
like-
is. Because cross-examine, examine. Man, they start saying something that's juicy. You ain't gonna stop. You're gonna ask all the questions you want, and if it takes an extra 20 minutes, I'm getting my 20 minutes. Like, that's just what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and you know the fact of the matter is that you could try to give a best guess, but you could just never know. Like in a state wherein during the discovery process you get to depose witnesses, that's different because you have a pretty goddamn good idea as to what they're going to say to all of your questions. The only X factors are if there's some questions that you figure that you forgot to ask during the dep, you may toss those in. But like Illinois, we don't get to depose witnesses.
No, we don't get any. Yeah,
it's like
it's show up and try your case.
Exactly.
Yeah, like we don't fuck around with that. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know why every state doesn't have the ability to be able to depose in criminal cases. It's crazy.
I think that it was probably law enforcement said, we're not going to sit down and spend all that time because in Georgia, once law enforcement makes the case, they don't have to do squat unless there's a trial.
Yeah.
And whereas in the states where there's a lot of depositions and pretrial motion, like there's a lot of stuff you can drag the cop away from. So I wouldn't be surprised if that comes out of the law enforcement preference.
Which is really shining a light on just how much we fucked up in a fucked up fashion. We
the confrontation clause, all that shit.
But beyond that, we cherish money over our freedom, our liberty, because
over justice.
Every civil case, man, every civil case, you can depose whoever you want.
Forever.
It doesn't matter, and that's all about money.
Yep.
You
when you have a foot on both sides of criminal and civil, and you see the double standards, the differences in treatment from judges and litigants, like there are judges that treat civil litigants with this pleasant demeanor and because they're having a disagreement that's civil, and it's important because it's money. And then they'll get criminal clients and just treat criminal defendants like the bottom of their fucking shoe. And it's like, hey, there's this Constitution thing that y'all swear is important to you, where the presumption of innocence. Nothing's more bullshit than the presumption of innocence. It is the most farcical idea. The moment the blue lights went on, you lost. You are digging up from that point. Even no matter how innocent you are, no matter if I get you an acquittal. Friend of mine won a 5-count child molestation case the other day. 5 counts, child molestation.
Never
I've been in jail for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Walked out that night after 2.5 years.
And it is never going to shake that.
No, destroyed his entire adult.
Gone.
Happily got married right after getting that. Literally, I saw the pictures of the wedding. And what does that guy get? Nothing.
Nada.
Nothing.
Zilch.
Not only that, he's out the 2 years plus of potential income. Okay, that's crappy. He had to pay a lawyer however much amount of money might cost, and he's a good lawyer, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is in the multiple tens and tens of thousands of dollars, because you're talking about a 4 or 5 day trial. All came out of, ex-wife, current then ex-girlfriend, get together, make up some allegations. Anytime there's an allegation about child sex, everybody rightfully gets really hot and tired. But you got to be realistic. Guy sat for 2.5 years.
Crazy.
And gets nothing. There's not a disincentive for bringing bad cases. And every time you hear a DA go, no, I think we can prove that. No, don't I think. You need to have your case beyond a reasonable doubt if you're going to present it.
Right.
It should be unethical and actionable if a prosecutor isn't sure, because that's a violation.
That's
you
the
should
key-
only
the key
put
word
up.
is actionable.
Yeah.
Like the ethical thing, them's just words.
I can
There
throw
has
all
to be
kinds of bullshit out there into the world that is half-assed true, but I can't prove it. I'd be willing to bet Bob likes naked dancing women. Like, I'd be willing to. Can I prove it? No. Could I certainly carry that argument? Yeah. But like, until you get to beyond a reasonable doubt, you don't have any business presenting that crap in front of a jury as the state. And we need to limit the state to what can you actually prove. Only charge what you can prove, which is this case. How many times have we gone, yeah, this case just is crappily charged. They didn't need to go full bore on the front end. They needed to do we can probably show that she was pretty drunk. We can show that he is no longer alive and that their interaction somehow led to that. But it's not murder at that point. It's whatever the reduced charge is.
100%, man. 100%. Yeah. And it's such a conundrum because, we've got the ability, if we think that somebody's Fourth Amendment rights have been violated, we've got our motions to suppress, our motions to quash, all that good shit. But in terms of them moving forward on a bullshit case,
on just basic facts, you're highlighting it perfectly. It's not the motions trickery about, no, we're going to exclude that because the cop went in and he wasn't supposed to get access. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fundamental theory of the case.
Right.
If you can't prove that up and down, straight-faced, without a lot of help, then you don't have any right to present it. And around here, and I think it's kind of national, we've got charge stacking, where you may have an incident where very clearly you're culpable for one or two criminal acts. They don't arrest you on one or two, or maybe they do. When they charge you, it's charged 17 different ways.
100%.
So then from my perspective, the client's like, all right, Josh, I'm telling you I'm innocent. I'm like, yeah, I believe you. They have charges 1 through 16. We are going to rock the shit out. We are going to win. 17, and they got a little bit of a hook on charge 17. You don't get to just plead to 17. I can't say to the DA, hey, we're willing to plead on 17, negotiate or no. They decide what charges you get dropped or not. You can't part plea a case. I'm only going to take pleas to charges 8 through 10.
Right.
No. It's up or down, full indictment, or whatever the state's going to agree to charge you with. So what happens is those 10 or 15 charges, when we are rolling up to trial and my client is facing 500 years, and we have to literally tell them that, like, that's part of the job in the Boykin rights is to disclose what's the total possible punishment. And it's formal. And the state knows. And Georgia, man, we like big, long sentences, 10, 20, 30, 50-year sentences. So I got to add all that up and go, well, technically, if they get you on all 10 of these, you face 790 years. And the judge can sentence you to that. But I believe that the state's probably going to dismiss 4 of those charges when we actually go to trial. I believe we can win 3 more, but I think you're going to get popped on 1 or 2. And the exposure on 1 or 2 is still 10, 20, 30, 40 years. So state's going to offer you 10 do 2. And your client goes, hold on. If I don't agree to go to prison for 2 years, I have to risk 700 years? Yeah, that's the way it is. So really, would anybody, no matter how innocent they are, look at that kind of value risk proposition and not take a second step and go, shit, I don't care how innocent I am. I'm never going to risk 700 years versus 2 years, when the 2 years, I know I can get the 2 years. And that's the negotiation that we have to deal with. And it's why it's so frustrated getting prepared for trial, because Bob knows and I know, right before trial, we're getting a substantially reduced offer.
Yep.
They don't want to waste the time going to trial. Hell, besides the fact they could lose, it's work.
Right.
They don't want work. They don't want to expose that their cops did crappy things and embarrass people and have to show up and get witness. No. So the state, since the system's going to work to improve itself, make itself more efficient, which it has done, is, hey, we're going to make it so that the state has this unbelievable bully pulpit that no one can fight against, that's completely discretionary and written into code to give them the ability to big stick basically any defendant.
Yep.
And you are nuts if you turn down the most common felony sentence in Georgia, which is 5 years of probation. You're nuts to turn that down if they are looking at a charge you could be convicted of, because you're going to get a trial tax if you actually go to trial.
Yep.
Regardless of how innocent or guilty you are. I had a judge, we went to trial on a trafficking and a false information. Won the trafficking. She gave him a year on the false information.
Trial
Why?
tax, baby.
Why'd you go to trial? That's trial tax. Why didn't your lawyer get that negotiated? So all these multi-count in Georgia so often boil down to, hey, 5P, 10P. Because the state's going to get a conviction in 90% of people are just going to be like, yeah, man, straight probation. I don't have to risk going to trial. I don't have to risk going to prison. I just get to, and they're going to ruin my life, but like not ruin my, and you go, yeah, man, it sucks. It's probation.
Yep.
But in Georgia, we have the highest per capita probation in the nation. We have so much probation that now if you're given probation and you don't screw it up within 3 years, your probation automatically ends because we had that many people on probation.
Yep.
And that's a sick way to run a community.
Sick.
Because in Georgia and many other states, the idea is as long as we have you on paper, you can't act up.
Right.
And that's why we have so long between arrests and prosecutions. The newest case I hired today, case began in 2021, and I have the emails from when it happened. He's just getting arrested and processed now. Because as long as he's out on bond, man, there's a disincentive for you to act out. You've lost some of your rights while out on bond. You can't freely travel.
You're tethered. You're tethered to the system, man. I mean, once they get their hooks in you, you're tethered, whether you're walking around in the streets or not.
I have a judge now that's doing this incredibly dirty, sneaky trick where after the long, drawn-out plea negotiations where you've got trial next week if you don't take a plea, you announce, Judge, yeah, we've reached an agreement in the Mata case. We're going to be able to take a plea. Great. We're going to have you sign this waiver of trial, which is a form, and it's official, and you do give up your trial rights. We're going to have you sign this plea acknowledgement that it's your plan to take a plea. Okay. All right. We'll reset your case and bring you in later. All right. When's that going to be? Next week, next month? Oh, we're looking at least 8, 10, 12, 15. So we've said we're going to plea. We have to continue abiding by all your state laws, but you won't actually effectuate the plea for a year or more, thereby needlessly extending state interference with a private citizen's life. Cool. I get how you guys do this government thing.
Fucked up, man.
I got, and hold on. Does anybody know the judges that they vote for? No, we elect judges. That is the dumbest fucking thing. How we pick judges in America, you don't know. Hell, most lawyers don't know.
Right.
Hell, the judges that have those jobs don't know.
Gospel.
It's and I'm just telling you, I'm done with some of this shit. Like, it is insane how we're watching this, Karen. Like, all that DUI stuff, every DUI practitioner in the nation knows that stuff. That is what we argue about in every test case. Because the way that DUI law is written, and any DUI practitioner, it's the most complicated crime in America. It's easier to try any other kind of crime than a DUI because DUI is a non-intent crime that everybody has committed, and the burden of proof is this bullcrap scientific test that no one really understands. DUI, everybody's done it, and no one gets up and goes, man, I can't wait to drive drunk tonight. I've wanted to murder people. I've wanted to do lots of things. I understand crime. I can have a prosecutor understand why you would go kill someone, because I've wanted to kill lots of people. No one gets up and goes, man, can't wait to just get schnockered and drive a vehicle.
Yeah.
And it's why they are so challenging. And then the technology on top of it, you can spend a lifetime just fighting about the blood test versus a breath test versus a urine test, because it's three similar but different scientific processes. There's an entire body of criticism that is thoroughly studied on each of those testing methodologies. And even then, you just heard that forensic chemist 4 tell you, yeah, everybody's body's different, so we use this different multiplier that creates this big range. Do we incarcerate people based on a range? No, beyond a reasonable doubt. What's the measurement?
Right.
And I can talk about that shit.
Yeah, I mean the DUI shit. It's the most disproportionate in terms of the severity of the crime to what the punishment is. There's nothing that has a greater disparity in terms of those two things than DUI cases.
It's crazy.
And I don't know if it was the mad lobby or whatever it was, man. When that thing flipped on its head, it turned into, and I was talking about this last night. It's like with the advent of Lyft and Uber,
destroyed it.
No bigger cash cow for any town in this country. That was always the biggest cash cow, was their DUIs, and that number's been driven down, especially in more urban areas where like where you have prevalent Lyft and Uber services. Like, what are they going to do to fill that gap?
What the result, at least for me, is there are fewer numbers, more aggressive prosecutions on each one. And I'm friends with a lot of DUI practitioners, nationally. And that's kind of what I hear from them is, hey, people 21 to 32, 35, they do not get the DUIs that the last generation, or God forbid, the generation before that did. They get up and go, hey, we're ride sharing, so we're going to get wasted.
Ham-boned.
Yeah, which bluntly, that was the public policy.
Yeah.
We are not going to make drinking illegal. Just get that away. If you make, and by the way, drinking and driving is legal in all 50 states. You are 100% allowed to drink and drive.
Right. This can't be
If drinking and driving was illegal, every sports team would be out of business. Every restaurant would close.
Yep.
The economy would be in shambles.
Yep.
Our success depends on degenerate, inebriant-seeking individuals. That's why weed should be legal. The amount of money that stuff generates is fascinating.
Huge. The taxes on weed,
you can't make it illegal,
are unbelievable.
Yeah. So they regulate the behavior after you've paid the tax of consumption and enjoyment, which, man, I'm a drunk. I can't drink anymore. I totally get it. It's not something that should be illegal. But how we prosecute people is fakakta, because you go from, in Georgia, we have 159 counties, the same facts, one town, and then you go up next to different universe. And what's your job? If you've got certain jobs, a DUI, they don't care. If you got other jobs, oh boy, it'll ruin you. And there's good reason for some of that.
Yeah.
But the inconsistency in how they're prosecuted, there are some communities in North Georgia that have a long history of drinking and driving. And you can go up there, and unless you killed somebody, they're going to give you a get out of jail free. You get into a suburban community, and I'm looking at that note, Johns Creek, Dunwoody, those, we call it the donut around Atlanta. Those bedroom communities, do not get a DUI out in there. There are a lot of children riding buses, wandering around in the middle of the street. You're going to kill them, and that prosecutor is going to hammer you. Oh boy, they are going to hammer you in a suburban community. You are a child murdering, drinking monster.
Yep.
And guess what? That's how they keep getting elected. It's a good election.
Great
argument. You can raise some money as a politician by flogging drinking and driving, because it's just not nobody gets up and defend. Oh yes, that more alcohol and like there's not that lobby is not there. Yeah. And it'll be fascinating to see how marijuana goes because there's not scientific. There's all kinds of problems about the safety and your sobriety while operating a vehicle.
Right.
Because you've got a right to get wrecked.
Yep.
You absolutely have a right to get wrecked. You
Yep.
just can't operate a vehicle in the extent where it's less safe for you to drive.
Yep. Facts. All right, dude.
So,
What do you got
yeah,
going
I
on
gotta
this
run.
weekend?
I
Yeah.
love you guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. I'm around for big chunks of next week. I'm obviously gonna watch this every day. Man, so much going. And everybody
dude.
have a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, brother. Thank you so much. You know,
Thank
as
you for
always,
the
I'll
invite.
send you the invites. You'll get them
Thank
every
you.
morning.
I wish I could have been here earlier. So, what great thing about Karen Reed is it's got so many different takeaways. Like every day it's like there's another teaching moment where I'm like, man, that's a good example of good, bad, indifferent. We're seeing some great lawyering.
Yep.
We're seeing some lawyering that I think that people are gonna be like, man, see how that landed bad?
Yep.
And I love that scrutiny, and it's got some complexities to it that other cases don't.
Yep.
And I know people hate Judge Bett. Really, I can tell you some judges that are worth hating.
Oh my God.
She hasn't called anybody out and humiliated them in open. She has not run them ragged with an iron rod, stepping, fetching, jumping. Yeah. When it comes to judges and how difficult, she is not what I'd call a difficult judge.
I mean, dude, like I'm coming out of Judge Gull. You know what I mean?
No kidding.
It's
And really, we totally could have had it. Judge in the next chambers could have gone, no, this is a giant media circus. I saw what that Turtle Boy guy's doing. Nope. Gag order, media, Rule 22. Screw all y'all. I don't want to see anything. You're all under seal. Everything's impounded. Thanks.
Yep.
And that would have been it.
It would have shut it down.
Yeah. So
All right,
you
brother.
guys can crap on her all you want. I think it's good. Brother, be good, man. Give my best to everybody. And thank everybody for watching and listening. Please follow me on Twitter and have an awesome weekend.
Love you, man.
Love you, man. Bye.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So it's been phenomenal. I'm gonna replay crew it myself. I'm assuming that all of you that were kind enough to donate to the cause were thanked properly, were shouted out, all that good stuff. So mark your calendars. I haven't nailed down the date, but Betero is going to be joining us over the next few days. It's either going to be tomorrow, Sunday, or Monday. We'll figure it out. I'm still trying to work it out with him, but Betero is going to come. We're going to talk all Karen Reed. I'm going to try to talk to him a little bit about Aiden's case, because I just feel like the import of that case needs to be discussed, but he'll be limited because he's defending the case. So he'll be limited in what he can talk about on that. So just keep your eyes peeled for that. I will drop it in the community page. I'll also post it on Twitter, all that good stuff. I'll get it promoted. You guys are amazing. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. I hope you have great weather. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your families. And remember, we love you, because without you, I'm just an old man talking about a whole lot of cases. See ya! What the dog?